Chapter 416. Fang Ping had managed to scrape a little of the imperishable substance. Unfortunately, not much. Very little. Right now, Fang Ping's bones were covered in a layer of blood, which made him look even stranger. As for Wang Jinyang, his injuries had recovered a lot. The gaping hole in his chest had been mostly repaired, but that was as far as it went. The imperishable substance quickly disappeared without a trace. It came and went without a trace. Fang Ping observed carefully for a while. He did not discover where the imperishable substance came from. Beside him, Wu Chuan frowned deeply. After a while he said in a low voice, "It's sealed in the Sanjiao Gate." Interesting. The Sanjiao Gate alternated between illusion and reality. It was said to exist, but in reality it did not. It was said to not exist, but in reality there were many secrets hidden in the Sanjiao Gate, such as energy and vitality. When one reached peak rank 6, one would sense that there was a large amount of energy and vitality sealed in the Sanjiao Gate. Was it inherent in the human body? Or was it stored after cultivating for so many years? These could not be verified at the moment. The rank 9 Wu Chuan naturally had the imperishable substance, but his imperishable substance did not exist in the Sanjiao Gate. Instead, it was stored in his body. There was no such substance in Wang Jinyang's body. Wu Chuan glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping seemed to know something. Right now, Wu Chuan had actually guessed some things. Who had the imperishable substance? Rank 8 and above. Imperishable. Imperishable. This term did not exist now. It had existed since ancient times. Coupled with some legends, Wu Chuan naturally thought of many things. Not only Wu Chuan, but the others also fell silent. Although this battle was only a battle between a few middle-ranked martial artists, too many things were exposed. Very soon, Wang Jinyang opened his eyes, looking at his injuries that had mostly recovered. He did not make a sound, only revealing a thoughtful expression. Then, he pushed away Fang Ping, who was still hugging him. He had actually heard what this fellow shouted just now. After pushing Fang Ping away, Wang Jinyang looked at him for a while and suddenly said, "Where's yours?" "What? Where did your imperishable substance go?" Fang Ping was speechless. Where did I get this thing from? Old Wang had obviously misunderstood. However, after Wang Jinyang said that, the others also looked at Fang Ping. Wu Chuan's expression changed for a while, then he humphed. Some people probably had it too. But in the end, he didn't use his own, and instead freeloaded off someone else's. Wasn't he embarrassed? This thing was extremely precious. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted it just now. Although he didn't consume much, he wouldn't be able to recover it without 3 to 5 months of cultivation. Fang Ping was a little gloomy. If he said that he did not, would they believe him? Well, he didn't think these people would believe him. Fang Ping did not dwell on this. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of soft footsteps came from above the pit. Wu Chuan had noticed it long ago, but he did not care. He said casually, 1 rank 3 and 2 aspiring martial artists. They should be from nearby. Fang Ping frowned. Without another word, he stepped into the air and flew out of the pit, seeing that the others were about to leave as well. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly flew backward and searched the corpse not far away for a while. Suddenly he frowned and started cursing. No one knew what he was saying. After cursing for a while, Fang Ping looked at the crowd and asked, "Grandmasters, can I borrow a piece of clothing?" The few grandmasters looked at each other in dismay. Everyone was wearing one piece. If they lent it to you, what were they going to wear? My family is up there. If I go out looking like this, I'll scare them. Commander Bai, who was at the side, thought for a while and took off his military jacket. Among them, he was the only one who wore more. Fang Ping took the jacket and thanked him hurriedly. He quickly put it on, covering his horrifying arms. Looking at his thighs where a large piece of flesh had cracked open, Fang Ping looked at the grandmasters again. The few of them were speechless. They could take off their shirts, but they had to take off their pants for him. Did he want them to go out with their legs bare? Fang Ping looked at Wu Chuan and laughed dryly. Senior Wu, your martial arts uniform looks pretty good. Can I borrow it to cover myself? Wu Chuan was helpless. After thinking for a while, he took off his martial arts uniform. Fang Ping hurriedly took it and wrapped it around his thighs. He sighed. If I'm always like this in the future, I won't be able to go out in public. I hope the government can give me some energy essence to mend my flesh. This time, the people from the 2 major companies are too much. What did you say? Wu Chuan's expression changed instantly. The expressions of the other grandmasters changed as well. Fang Ping said faintly, It's just a guess. It's just a guess. But the probability that they're from the 2 major companies is not low. Of course, this is just my personal guess. I'll confront the people from the 2 major companies sooner or later. If it's proven that they're the ones who ordered it, then even if everyone objects, I, Fang Ping, will take revenge. To kill me, these people have gone crazy. Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. Fang Ping might have an ulterior motive for purposely saying that they were from the 2 major companies. The 2 major companies could deny any involvement in this matter. Others might find it hard to believe that the 2 major companies did it. However, when he thought of the other powerhouse's name that the deceased person had revealed, Wang Jinyang sighed softly in his heart. This time, if it was proven, the 2 major companies would be in deep trouble. Fang Ping might not want to do anything, but when he thought of Fang Ping's series of actions in MCMAU, some things could be discussed. Wang Jinyang did not say anything. Wu Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, Fang Ping, you can't talk nonsense. Although you were attacked this time and you're the victim, before the matter is fully investigated, you'd better watch your mouth. This was definitely not a small matter. Once word got out, it would be a huge problem. The 2 major companies were involved in too many things. Once word got out that they disregarded the lives of ordinary people and attacked MCMAU and NMU prodigy martial artists, it might cause the entire martial arts university to rebel. There were many grandmaster powerhouses in the 99 martial arts universities. In addition, there were many powerhouses from the military and political fields, as well as powerhouses in the business world. Many of them came from martial arts universities. Even if they had graduated many years ago, they might not necessarily think from the perspective of martial arts universities. However, directly attacking prodigy martial artists, including their family members, was absolutely intolerable. If everyone was like this, society would be in chaos a long time ago. No matter how strong you were, unless you were truly alone, your family and friends would not all be powerhouses. Other than the evil sect martial artists, no martial artist from any force would dare to attack a martial artist's family. It would be fine if they did not find out. If they did, no matter who it was, even a rank 9 powerhouse, they would not be able to bear such a responsibility. If they went all out to investigate, very few people could hide it. If the 2 major companies really did this, they would be extremely stupid. When it finally exploded, countless people would be beheaded. From Wu Chuan's point of view, if Fang Ping was being hunted down by humans in the catacombs, it was possible that the 2 major companies were involved. On the surface, it was definitely the evil sect's doing. Fang Ping said mildly, Senior Wu, you can't say things so confidently. If I, Fang Ping, am not confident, would I dare to say this? Of course, I will continue to investigate this matter. When my MCMAU grandmasters arrive, I will explain in detail. Wu Chuan's eyebrows were knitted together. Fang Ping was very confident. Moreover, MCMAU grandmasters were coming too. Who would come? He also graduated from MCMAU. But if this matter was confirmed to be the truth, how would he deal with it? The other grandmasters' expressions were also frighteningly solemn. This matter was no longer just a battle between middle ranks. It was not even Fang Ping's business anymore. If it was handled carelessly, a large-scale internal strife might erupt. Seeing this, Fong Ping smiled again. Of course, grandmasters, don't worry. Before there is conclusive evidence, I won't speak carelessly in case it causes a negative impact. If any grandmaster is familiar with people from the two major companies, it's best to inform them and make a trip to Nanjiang as soon as possible. It's best if you can explain it clearly and clearly in private. If I can't explain it clearly and clearly, I don't believe that there's no place in this world that can stand up for me. Everyone is doing this. Unless you kill me now to silence me, otherwise, who will still fight for humanity? Having said that, Fong Ping raised his arm and sneered. I haven't entered the catacombs many times, but I dare say that I, Fong Ping, have never let anyone down. The number of times I've bled for humanity is not small. There are not many middle ranks who can match up to the contributions I've made. Back in Magic City Catacombs, when Monster Sunflower City attacked, I was the one who brought back the information. In Nanjiang Catacombs, I was also the one who held back a rank 9, turning the situation around. Now, someone from the inside is making a move against me and even implicating my family. If I don't die, just wait and see. Fong Ping. Wu Chuan was just about to speak when Fong Ping interrupted. Senior Wu? No, Guardian Wu. This matter has nothing to do with the House of Guardians and the military department. Besides, there's no concrete confirmation now. Let's not talk about this for now. When I've investigated clearly, I'll seek justice. Wu Chuan did not speak again. His expression was extremely solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. The others were the same. All of them looked solemn. This matter would definitely be investigated clearly. This was not a small matter. Moreover, it had caused a lot of commotion now. There were also a few grandmasters in MCMAU. If they did not give an explanation, this matter could not be settled. Fong Ping did not continue speaking. Once again, he performed the flight, step, and flew upward. Wu Chuan glanced at Wang Jinyang and said in a low voice, "Why does he think that the two major companies did it?" Wang Jinyang shook his head. "I'm not sure. What do you think?" Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "From the big picture, from a logical point of view, I hope it's a martial artist from an evil sect. I definitely don't hope it's someone from the two major companies. But there's no harm in investigating some things. Whether it's true or not, give a clear explanation. Otherwise, once a thorn is planted in one's heart, it will affect the entire future. If people are left with the impression that the two major companies persecuted heroes, all the grandmasters can predict what kind of consequences will occur. This has already crossed the line. People like us who disregard our lives in the catacombs never fear, never shrink from battle. What is it for? For that little bit of reputation that outsiders don't know about? How many martial artists would care about this?" Wu Chuan took a deep breath and said quickly, "All right, this matter will definitely be investigated clearly. Whether it's true or not, there will be an explanation. I will report to the central government. The Southern House of Guardians will also come forward, including the military department, the education department, and the Department of Investigation Services. There will be no favoritism. If it's true, no matter how serious the consequences are, we must completely purge everything." Wu Chuan said it extremely solemnly. This was really not a joke. It was too serious. Wang Jinyang did not say much either. Some things, even if you thought it was impossible, it might not be fake. Fong Ping seemed to be trying to fish for some benefits, but who could guarantee that the people today were from an evil sect or the two major companies? On the ground, Bai Jin Shan and the others checked carefully. No one shouted. If they shouted at this time, who knew who they would call out? However, Bai Jin Shan had underestimated the strength of middle and high-ranked powerhouses. If there were really enemies, no matter how careful they would have been discovered long ago. Fong Ping midair rose and landed in front of them in an instant. Bai Jinshan's expression was vigilant, and he got into an attacking stance. Fong Ping smiled. It's me. Fong Ping. Brother. Ping Ping. Fong Yuan rushed to Fong Ping's side, hugged him and cried. She choked. Brother, how are you? I'm fine. Fong Ping laughed. His hands were already in his sleeves, and he patted his sister's back. He laughed. Are you stupid? How dare you follow me at this time? If I didn't kill the enemy, the aftershock would have killed all of you. Don't be stupid next time. What would happen to me? There are only a few rank 6 martial artists, and only one peak rank 6. I've fought with rank 7, 8, and 9 martial artists before. Why would I care about this little trouble? If I wasn't afraid of hurting the Sun City residents, I would have used a big move to kill these clowns long ago. As soon as he said that, Fong Yuan and Fong Mingrong did not think too much. Seeing that Fong Ping could talk and laugh, both of them were so happy that they cried. They did not care about anything else. Bai Jinshan's expression changed drastically. He was indeed a peak rank 6, and he was killed by Fong Ping. Fong, President Fong, you killed the enemy? For a moment, Bai Jinshan did not dare to call him by his name. With an indescribable shock in his heart, he asked softly, Peak rank 6. 2 years ago, Nanjiang's governor, Zhang Dingnan, was a peak rank 6 martial artist. As for Fong Ping, he was not even a martial artist 2 years ago. Fong Ping smiled. Of course. Why else would I be chatting with you now? They're just a bunch of clowns. After this, I won't let them go. I won't stop until their blood flows like a river. As he spoke, the others flew up. Bai Jinshan hurriedly greeted them one by one. As Sun City's commander, he still paid close attention to some information. He knew Nanjiang's commander Bai. He also knew a few of the others. Of course, it was hard to say whether they knew him or not. Seeing so many powerhouses here, Bai Jinshan felt much more relaxed. He was extremely worried about the previous battle between powerhouses. Now that there were so many grandmasters here, he could relax. Finally, Bai Jinshan took a look at Wang Jinyang. His pupils contracted slightly. Although Wang Jinyang's injuries were much better, the injuries on the surface of his body were not so easy to heal. Seeing that Wang Jinyang's chest still had a piercing wound, and he could even see the opposite side, Bai Jinshan was shocked by the brutality of this battle. On the other hand, he was shocked by these people's strong vitality. If it were him, with such injuries he would have died long ago, not to mention being unscathed. Seeing that Fong Ping was still talking to his family, Wu Chuan said in a low voice, Fong Ping, come to the house of Commander later. We'll talk. We'll talk when everyone from MCMAU is here. Fong Ping refused directly. He would not talk now. Without the strength, it was hard to talk. Wu Chuan heard that and frowned slightly. He did not say anything more. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, then we'll wait for you at the house of Commander. Having said that, Wu Chuan grabbed Bai Jinshan and flew away directly. The other grandmasters did not delay and followed one after another. One of them was still holding the corpse of the middle-aged man who was killed. Since everyone was here, they had to investigate this matter clearly. Now, in the small Sun City, 5 grandmasters and 1 high grandmaster had gathered. More powerhouses would come later. At this time, they were no longer worried about Fong Ping's safety. If they attacked now, even a rank 9 would have a hard time escaping. Seeing that everyone had left, but Fong Yuan was still hanging on to him, Fong Ping smiled and said, All right, it's fine now. You and Dad go back for New Year's dinner. I'll go and settle this matter later. Brother, Fong Yuan's tears and snot flowed down. She rubbed her face against Fong Ping's body and asked worriedly, Are you badly hurt? She saw Wang Jinyang too. He was badly hurt. His chest was pierced through. How could he not be badly hurt? As for Fong Ping, the flesh on his face had mostly recovered. However, some cracks were still there, making him look especially hideous. Fong Ping smiled and said, It's nothing serious. It's just a small injury. Don't be fooled by your brother Wang's scary injuries. It's just a small injury. Brother Wang, right? Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly and nodded. It was a small injury. It was a small injury. Without the imperishable substance to heal it, he would most likely be bedridden for a year or two. Moreover, even now his injuries had mostly recovered. However, his bone marrow was exhausted and he could not stand steadily. Fang Ping still said it was a small injury. This guy was really something. However, his family was here. Wang Jinyang did not refute and let him say whatever he wanted. Fang Mingrong looked at his son and stared at his hand. At this moment, Fang Ping's hand was hidden in his sleeves. Although he could not see anything, Fang Mingrong's expression was still heavy. It was fine for his son to lie to his daughter, but he could still see that the arms hidden in his sleeves were slightly empty. His injuries were probably not as simple as his son said. However, there was no use saying it now. It would only make his daughter and wife more worried. Fang Mingrong was worried, but he did not show it on his face. He tugged at his daughter and said, "Don't bother your brother. Let's go home first." As he said that, he pulled Fang Yuan down the mountain. Fang Ping did not use flight step. In reality, he was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. It was difficult for him and Wang Jinyang to fly back. They would go down the mountain and take a car back first. Seeing that Fang Ping's father and sister were walking in front, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "The two major companies." Fang Ping smiled and said lightly, "Check it out. At the same time, use it as a deterrent. Next time there's trouble, just throw it at them, just in case." After this incident, even if they want to do it next time, they won't have the guts. The collaboration between MCMAU and Nanjiang hasn't spread yet. If it does, do you think the two major companies will just sit back and watch? Having said that, Fang Ping smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. When the people from MCMAU arrive, we'll go to the House of Commanders together. No matter what this time, it's a fact that I was attacked. And I almost died." Fang Ping's expression suddenly darkened. He said coldly, "I've never suffered such a big loss. It's not just me, it's you too. If it weren't for the recovery of the imperishable substance, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to recover from this injury." "The imperishable substance," Wang Jinyang murmured. Fang Ping smiled and said, "The ancient powerhouses have recovered." "Actually, so have I. Brother Wang, do you still remember in ancient times when I founded the Celestial Court and you were the first general of the Celestial Court?" Wang Jinyang's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "The Celestial Court! Have you forgotten? Looks like your memory hasn't recovered yet." Fang Ping smiled and said, "It's okay. It'll happen sooner or later. You're my Celestial Court's first general. Ironhead Li is my Celestial Court's Northern Expedition General. Yao Qingjun is my Western Expedition General. Back then, there were 108 generals in the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, in the final battle with the Catacombs restricted zone powerhouses, both sides suffered heavy losses. Countless fell. Now, everyone is starting to recover. It's okay if your memory hasn't recovered. Don't forget the glory of the Celestial Court. Sooner or later, all of you will return one by one. I'll definitely lead everyone into the catacombs again." Wang Jinyang's expression kept changing. He looked doubtful. Fang Ping sighed softly. "Don't think too much. I'm the Celestial Emperor. I've let everyone down. I've caused all of you to fall back then. Now, you've all lost your memories. Even if all of you have recovered your memories, it's okay if you don't recognize me. Actually, I don't want to be the Celestial Emperor anymore." Fang Ping, you, Wang Jinyang suddenly had a splitting headache. Motherf, asterisk her. Was what this kid said true or false? He really could not be sure now. However, the recovery of the imperishable substance had confirmed one thing for Wang Jinyang. He was different from ordinary people. This could not be explained by a simple mutation. Chapter 417. Wang Jinyang's head hurt. He ignored Fang Ping. He did not want to ask, and he felt that he should not. If he asked too much, he might really take it seriously. Now, no matter what happened in the past, he, Wang Jinyang, was Wang Jinyang. Fong Ping did not say much either. He just said it casually. It did not matter if they believed it or not. If they really took it seriously, it would feel good to recognize him as their boss in the future. Forget it. Don't talk nonsense next time. Fong Ping suddenly shook his head. It did not matter if he talked nonsense with old Wang. If Wu Chuan and the others took it seriously, they might do something to him. Soon, Fong Ping and the others returned to scenic lake gardens. The car was not driven by Fong Ping, but by Fong Mingrong. Although Fong Mingrong did not buy a car and did not have a driver's license, he was still an official. He had learned to drive for a few days, so he had no problem driving. The entrance of the district, perhaps it could not even be considered a gate anymore. The original gate had collapsed long ago. Li Yueying had been waiting. When she saw Fong Ping get out of the car, tears streamed down her face. She hugged Fong Ping and did not let go. Fong Ping felt bad. This time, he was still a little careless. He did not expect the evil sect martial artists to come to Sun City to kill him. He had thought that someone would kill him, such as the two major companies. After entering the catacombs, this was a possibility. As for the evil sect, a few high-rank powerhouses had died not long ago. Most importantly, Auspicious Peace was close to Sun City. Today, Auspicious Peace was guarded by grandmasters. Commander Bai was not the only one. Before this, Zhao Xingwu had even killed a high-ranked martial artist from the evil sect. Other grandmasters would often patrol the Nanjiang boundary. Under such circumstances, Sun City was no less safe than Magic City. Fong Ping did not expect the evil sect martial artist to be so arrogant as to come to Sun City to kill him on New Year's Eve. Many people did not expect this. However, it had already happened. There was no use talking about this now. Fong Ping did not think too much about it. He smiled and comforted his mother. There were still many martial artists patrolling the district. Some of the residents had already gone home. Some were still lingering outside. Fong Ping suddenly said loudly, "The evil sect martial artists have been killed. I, Fong Ping, will bear all the losses today. The facilities in the district will be rebuilt soon. After today, the Fong family will move out of this place." Ping Ping, before Li Wang could speak, Fong Ping said softly, "It's time to move out, Mom. After today, do you think everyone will still be able to get along with us peacefully? Whether it is flattery or fear, it will disturb your peaceful life. As for what to do next, I'll think about it." Fong Mingrong, who was at the side, sighed and said, "If it doesn't work out, let's move to Shanghai. Now that my son's enemies are at my door, staying in Sun City will only distract my son." Before this, they were reluctant to leave their homeland. But now, staying in Sun City would only make his son worry. Fong Ping chuckled. "We'll see. There's no rush now. At least nothing will happen in the near future. If the evil sects dare to come again, they will all die." To the public, Fong Ping still had to say that he was a member of an evil sect. Even if he wanted to deal with the two big companies, he couldn't affect the big picture. At the very least, after today's words, the government would not say that he did not see the big picture and would not show any signs of favoritism. "I've already considered the big picture, so it's time for justice to be served, right? Mom, Dad, go home for dinner. Although the window is broken, let's have our reunion dinner first. I'll have someone stand guard here." As he said that, Fong Ping waved at a plump martial artist beside him. The plump, middle-aged man walked over immediately, his face full of respect. "Commander Fong." Today, Fong Ping still held the title of Sun City's deputy commander. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Comfort everyone. I'll compensate for all the damages. All right, were there any casualties?" The plump, middle-aged man said immediately. Commander Fong thought about the public and avoided the crowd. Other than some damage to the houses and infrastructure, other than a few people who fell and got injured, there were no deaths. "That's good." Fong Ping nodded. There were definitely injuries. It was not as simple as falling. At that time, the energy waves were intense. Some people's internal organs might have been injured. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "We still need to do some checks. Check the houses near the battle zone. Let the martial artists do the checks. If the internal organs are injured, it won't feel obvious now. It'll be too late when it's discovered. I'll pay for all the treatment expenses." Fang Ping was generous now. He did not need to spend much money. Other things aside, the middle stage rank 6 martial artists that he had killed, whether or not he had anything else, at least he had a saber. If he sold the saber, the compensation would be enough. Fang Ping did not care about this small amount of money. He was prepared to earn more. The plump middle-aged man was the director of the Department of Investigation Services. At this moment, he was extremely respectful. He said hurriedly, "Commander Fang, this is our negligence. Sun City's government should. There's no need." Fang Ping waved his hand. Who cared about this small amount of money? As for the fatty saying that they were negligent, Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. In the whole of Sun City, rank 3 was the strongest. Should he let Bai Jinshan guard the door? Even if he did, it would be useless. A rank 6 powerhouse could smash him into pieces with a punch from a distance. When rank 6 powerhouses hid their auras, only people like Fang Ping could quickly detect them. If others stood in front of Bai Jinshan, he would not be able to tell them apart. Some things were hard to guard against. If the evil sect really wanted to kill ordinary people and was not afraid of the government going all out to kill them, it would be useless no matter where they went. Even in Magic City, they could not guard against it. Powerhouses had their own things to do. No one had the time to protect someone's family. Aside from Fang Ping, a large number of Grandmaster powerhouses who had ordinary people in their families were also living ordinary lives. Usually, the evil sect would not dare to do anything that would harm their families. Many people might not have the heart to care about these evil sect martial artists. Everyone was busy guarding the catacombs. There were too many things to do. Unless it really endangered the safety of one side, otherwise, dealing with the evil sect was the responsibility of the military department and the Department of Investigation Services. If the evil sect dared to harm ordinary people wantonly, they would be hunted down by the whole world. As for the talk about massacring the city a few times, Fang Ping could not be bothered at all, unless the other party was facing a life-and-death situation. Otherwise, who would dare to do such a thing? That middle-aged peak rank 6 had even threatened Fang Ping to massacre Sun City. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him at all. If he really did such a thing, other people aside, the evil sect's higher-ups would kill him directly, throwing him out to appease the government's anger, to prevent the government from searching and hunting him down endlessly. When that time came, it would not be a rank 6 matter anymore. Some fights were still limited to martial artists. After talking to the plump middle-aged man, Fang Ping asked his parents and Fang Yuan to go home first. Fang Ping would not be able to eat this New Year's Eve dinner. This was because Fang Ping had already sensed a familiar aura rising from afar. Fang Ping's vitality was also surging. Very soon, a few familiar auras were rushing toward him. This time, there were many people from MCMAU. Old man Li's aura was rising. It was no longer vitality force, but celestiality that appeared in mid-air, flickering. He had not reached the stage where his mentality could materialize, but his mentality had been increasing rapidly recently. It was already close to Fang Ping's level. At this moment, when it erupted, it could also merge into celestiality. Wu Quishan was here too. His golden body's aura was unmistakable, intimidating all directions. Above Tang Feng's head, vitality penetrated heaven and earth. It was not much weaker than Huang Jing's beside him. Other than Lu Fengru and Lu Polu, a few MCMAU higher-ups were here. Lu Fengru was still in closed-door cultivation. She had not received the news. Wu Quishan and the rest had come personally, so there was no need to call her out halfway. Where is he? Old man Li's aura erupted. intimidating some of the Sun City martial artists nearby to the point that they could not breathe. Fang Ping saw that a few of them were in a hurry, steam rising from the top of their heads. He said, "Quickly! Thank you for your hard work, instructors. I've already killed them." As he said that, Fang Ping said proudly, "1 peak rank 6, 1 middle stage rank 6, 1 early stage rank 6. I killed them all with 1 slash." Everyone's expression changed. Old Man Li shouted, "Tell me the truth." "That's the truth," Fang Ping said proudly. "I've condensed golden bones." Only now did they have the time to pay attention to this. Wu Quishan probed for a while, and suddenly a conflicted look appeared on his face. Motherf, asterisk her, what a familiar feeling. Among the rank 8 powerhouses, everyone was familiar with this. He had really condensed golden bones. Last time, although Fang Ping was shining with golden light, at that time it was not considered a complete golden bone. Now it was still slightly lacking. However, Wu Quishan glanced at Old Man Li, saying in a low voice, "It seems to be stronger than Li Chongqing's." Old Man Li's expression was pitch black. "What a joke!" Fang Ping said matter-of-factly, "Of course, Instructor Li only has golden bones. His bone marrow hasn't been honed yet. I'm different. Other than my skull and bone marrow, the rest of my body has completely turned golden." Old Man Li was so angry that he wanted to chop someone up. He said furiously, "Do you know that I almost died of exhaustion after this trip? Son of a B asterisk TCH, you're still making sarcastic remarks to me?" Old Man Li was furious. He was F asterisk King, attacking him again. "So what if you have golden bones, kid? My Sanjiao gate has been sealed. What about you? You're a middle stage rank 5. So what if you have golden bones? If you're not convinced, then fight me one-on-one." Fang Ping hurriedly smiled obsequiously. "No way. I'm not mocking you, Instructor. Didn't you ask me to tell the truth? I'll tell the truth. I really killed him. Of course. Brother Wang helped me block for a while. I prepared for a while and killed the other party." Wang Jinyang, who was beside him, only then did he bow slightly as a greeting. In his heart, however, he was a little envious. MCMAU was indeed much stronger than NMAU. He really could not be envious. Fang Ping was attacked. With a call, 2 MCMAU golden body powerhouses came. 1 rank 7 came, and Tang Feng, who was half a grandmaster, came too. With such strength, it was no wonder that Fang Ping had the confidence to be arrogant. On the other hand, NMAU had also participated in the battle this time. It was not that NMAU did not want to send people, but 2 rank 6 powerhouses were still on the way. Wang Jinyang had also informed them that they did not need to come. 2 peak rank 6 who had not achieved mentality-vitality fusion would not have much effect even if they came. Wang Jinyang also did not want NMAU to participate in what was coming next. MCMAU had the confidence, but they did not. Fang Ping could handle it from the front. Old Man Li cursed for a while. Then his expression changed slightly. He asked in a low voice, "How's your injury?" Fang Ping looked at Wu Quishan and said pitifully, "Vice Chancellor, please help me with some imperishable substance. I'm about to turn into a skeleton." Old Man Li was too weak. His imperishable substance had not even been born. The corner of Wu Quishan's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like this kid deserved a beating when he said that? It was like borrowing money. Could this thing be helped just because he said it? If Fang Ping was about to die, then there was nothing to say. However, this kid was alive and kicking. There were no signs that he was about to die. At this time, using the imperishable substance to help him heal, he would not do it. Seeing that Wu Quishan was ignoring him, Fang Ping was helpless. Very quickly, he regained his fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and said, "Instructors, let's go. To the House of Commanders. This time, I won't stop until I extort a few $100 billion." Wu Quishan frowned suddenly. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "Looking for trouble." Fang Ping said as he walked. Don't worry. I'm not looking for trouble for no reason. This time I have evidence. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly took off his clothes, revealing his broken body. The few people who saw it shuddered. This was not a light injury. I'll go over like this. I'll show them that they can't even kill me, Fang Ping. Instead, I killed 3 rank SXs. When my strength improves, I'll see if there are any rank 9s who will come and kill me. The probability of him showing off was not high. The probability of him acting pitifully was higher. Naturally, the few of them knew his purpose. Old man Li was still frowning. He said, "Who are you looking for trouble with?" "The 2 major companies. Was it them this time?" "I don't know." Fang Ping shook his head. He added, "There's evidence. Before that peak rank 6 died, he gave up on 2 people." "Forget it. I won't say it now. When we go to the House of Commanders later, I'll tell you in front of everyone. Capture those 2 people on the spot." Both of them were now in River City. There was still a Grand Master from the Chamber of Commerce keeping watch over there. There was also the injured Zhang Dingnan. Fang Ping planned to let Wu Quishan make another trip. Whether it was true or not, he would capture them first. After all, these 2 people were not people from the government organizations. They were not people with high positions of power. If they were people from the military department or other places, they might not be able to capture them just based on suspicion. When the time came, they would investigate again under the eyes of so many grandmasters. If they wrongly accused the other party, Fang Ping could just apologize. It would not be a big deal. If they were not wrongly accused, that would be the best. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Huang Jing and said, "We can sell our shares now." Huang Jing raised his eyebrows. He could not help but look at him. He said in a low voice, "Don't accuse others recklessly." This matter was not a joke. Fang Ping laughed. "I really didn't accuse others recklessly. Brother Wang can be a witness. Did the other party confess to those 2 people? Even if this person is from the evil sect, a peak rank 6 powerhouse from the evil sect confessed to an accomplice. Even if it's true or false, we still have to investigate, right?" Wang Jinyang, who was beside him, nodded. "That's true. I heard it too." As soon as he said that, Huang Jing said nothing more. As long as Fang Ping did not make it up and had evidence, he would definitely find fault with him. He could not pretend that he did not hear this. Since the other party had confessed to an accomplice, whether it was true or false, he must investigate. Even if it was proven that he was wrongly accused in the end, he could only apologize. Sun City, House of Commanders. When he sensed a few auras coming from the outside world, Wu Chuan rubbed his forehead slightly. So many people had come. If this matter was handled carelessly, something big would happen. Are the people from the 2 major companies here? Bai Jinshan, who was the weakest at the side, did not even dare to speak. The one who answered was Auspicious Sun City's commander, who said, respectfully, "Guardian, the people from the 2 major companies are already on the way. However, they still need some time to rush here from Capital City. Also, Commander Zhou of the Military Department, Minister Wang of the Education Department, Minister Hu of the Department of Investigation Services. They are all on the way. The few ministers said that when they arrive, they will handle it together." Wu Chuan nodded slightly. It was the new year. If something like this happened, everyone would not have a good time this year. Also, there were still Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. This was a matter worth paying attention to. A rank 5 golden bone, a rank 5 born imperishable substance. This matter had to be taken seriously too. How many more people like this were there? Yao, Qingjun, Li Hansong. How many more had not been discovered? Or had they been discovered and hidden? If they all had such characteristics, did that mean that some things would undergo huge changes? Were these people really powerhouses above rank 8? Would there be a situation where they could recover their strength quickly? Sometimes it might not be a good thing to have too many unfamiliar powerhouses. Who knew if these people were good or bad? Or if they had other intentions? What kind of attitude should they have towards these people? At the moment, it seemed that they were all young martial artists. Their abilities were not strong either. Sino Nation could almost ignore their existence. After all, peerless powerhouses could suppress everything. However, these people were the prodigies of the current generation. If they were not handled properly, it could easily cause a chain reaction. MCMAU's Fong Ping, CCMAU's Li Han Song, FMS's Yao Qingjun, who did not have a few grandmasters backing them up. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Chuan's head hurt. If he had known, he would not have come. It would have been better to throw this matter to someone else. Right now, he was the only rank 9 present. The incident happened in the south. As the guardian of the south, he was the highest leader of the southern provinces in name. Wu Chuan was still thinking about this when he could already feel a few auras approaching outside the house. After a while, the half-skeleton Fong Ping swaggered in through the door. When Wu Chuan saw Fong Ping's expression, he knew that this kid was up to no good. He frowned and said, "Put on your clothes." Fong Ping shook his head and said, "I'm too badly injured. Wearing clothes will easily hinder my recovery." Wu Chuan really wanted to beat him up, but he was afraid of beating this kid to death. Moreover, he suspected that if he beat this kid up now, Fong Ping would continue to let him use the imperishable substance to heal him. The others did not utter a word. After the few higher-ups of MCMAU entered, these people then greeted each other. When he saw Wu Quishan enter, Wu Chuan did not remain seated. He stood up and nodded slightly. As an MCMAU graduate, even if he was a rank 9, an appropriate amount of respect was still necessary for MCMAU's vice-chancellor. Wu Quishan also exchanged a few pleasantries before each found a place to sit down. Wu Chuan waited for them to sit down before saying, "Let's wait a little longer. The others will be here soon." All right. Wu Quishan did not speak much. Old Man Li and the rest did not speak at all. Seeing this situation, Wu Chuan knew that things were not going to be easy to solve. As for Fong Ping, just as he was about to break the silence and curry favor with a few grandmasters, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly trotted out of the door and said from afar, "Vice-Chancellor Qin, why are you here?" Chun Yaoting, who had descended from the sky, saw a half-skeleton running out. He was stunned at first, then his expression changed. "Can it still recover?" "Probably, I guess." Fong Ping replied uncertainly. He had a feeling that it was possible, but the consumption would definitely be huge. "That's good." Chin Yaoting breathed a sigh of relief. "Kid, if you can't recover, do you expect my granddaughter to find a half-skeleton to be her husband?" Thinking of this, Chun Yaoting's expression suddenly turned a little ugly. Mother asterisk her. He was having a good New Year's Eve dinner when something like this happened. He was almost chased out of the house by his granddaughter. If it were not for the inconvenience of bringing someone along, his granddaughter would have run here herself. He had already said that he was in SCMAU. It would be too late if he went. There were powerhouses nearby who had rushed over. In the end, he had to make a mad dash in the middle of the night. Ignoring Fong Ping, Chun Yaoting also entered the house. Wu Chuan had actually sensed his arrival. Seeing that Chun Yaoting had come, Wu Chuan was actually a little surprised. This matter had nothing to do with SCME, right? Chun Yaoting was the number 1 rank 7 in Sino Nation. He was close to achieving a golden body. He could not be treated as an ordinary rank 7. Chun Yaoting saw that Wu Chuan was a little doubtful. He said gloomily, "I'm only here to help." Wu Chuan nodded slightly, shooting a glance at Fong Ping. This kid had quite a lot of connections. Fong Ping did not look at him either. It was hard to say. He was not prepared for Chun Yaoting's arrival. The message he sent earlier was for a few MCMAU powerhouses. He did not send a message to Chun Yaoting. SCMAU was quite far from Nanjiang. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Why don't we take this opportunity to capture 2 people and bring them here?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Fong Ping said, "Before I killed the peak rank 6 martial artist earlier, I managed to dig out information about 2 accomplices. Their statuses are not low. Their abilities are not low either." Wu Chuan shouted instantly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fong Ping said calmly, "I was afraid of accidents. How about this? This time, I'll have to trouble Guardian Wu and Vice-Chancellor to make a trip to River City and capture them first." Wu Chuan let out a soft humph. This kid's suspicion was so serious that it could not get any worse. Was it necessary to send a rank 9 and a rank 8 together to capture people? However, since Fong Ping thought so, he did not say much. He said, "Who?" "Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's acting curator, Lu Ha. Nanjiang Pill Company's Zhao Yu." Of course, it could be Zhao Yu X or something. Anyway, just capture them all. Both of you have worked hard to make a trip to River City. As for the others, I don't mean to offend Grandmasters, but please wait here for a while. Commander Bai's expression was already extremely ugly. It was not directed at Fong Ping, but at the 2 names. "Fong Ping, is what you said true?" "Absolutely true. President Wang can testify. There's no need for me to target 2 people I don't even know." "Lu Ha, Zhao Yu." Commander Bai's expression was extremely ugly. After a while he said, "All right, we won't leave. I'll have to trouble Guardian and Vice-Chancellor Wu to make a trip." As for whether they had the authority to arrest people, Wu Chuan was the South's supreme leader. If he did it himself, there was no such thing as a saying. Wu Chuan glanced at Wu Quishan. Without another word, he stood up and walked out. Wu Quishan also stood up and followed. Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo was easy to deal with, but Zhao Yu, that was the supreme person in charge of the pill company in Nanjiang. Fong Ping did not know him, but they were familiar with him. Peak rank 6 was no longer a weakling. There were not many rank SXS in Nanjiang province to begin with. Peak was even rarer, including a few martial arts universities, the military department, and the education department. There were about 10 of them. In an instant, 2 of them had been exposed. This was a big deal. Although these 2 people were not the higher-ups of the core departments, they were not to be underestimated. The 2 powerhouses left quickly. With their speed, they would reach River City in no time. Everyone in the concourse fell into silence. At this moment, no one left. They could not leave now either. Otherwise, they would be inviting trouble for themselves. As for Fong Ping, he did not care about these things anymore. He gave Wang Jinyang a look and pointed at his chest. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. This kid let him make things worse? Was that necessary? All right, it might be of some use. Wang Jinyang was helpless. After thinking for a while, the wound on his chest cracked open slightly, and a lot of blood flowed out. At this moment, many Grandmasters' expressions turned extremely strange. Disregarding everything else, if Zhao Yu was confirmed to be a problem, the pill company would not be able to solve this problem without spending a lot of money this time. Chapter 418. Outside the House of Commanders. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers that had disappeared earlier rang out again as midnight approached. Although there had been a great battle between powerhouses, it did not cause too much damage. The destruction was mainly concentrated in the scenic Lake Gardens area. When the government sent people to announce it everywhere, the police and Department of Investigation Services personnel went out to patrol and spread the news, knowing that the evil sect martial artists had been killed. Now that Sun City was guarded by Grandmaster powerhouses, the people of Sun City had calmed down. The New Year was still extremely important to the Chinese. Compared to the great battle that had passed, it was more important to celebrate the New Year's reunion. While it was bustling inside the House of Commanders, the atmosphere was getting heavier. The rank 3 by Jinshan was about to collapse to the ground. There were more and more Grandmaster powerhouses. Moreover, these people were talking less and less. Many of them came from outside and did not communicate at all. At most, They would nod and greet the other grandmasters before finding a place to sit and wait. The rank 3 by Jinshan could not take it anymore. The upper stage rank for Auspicious Sun Commander felt his back breaking out in cold sweat. This was probably the first time he had seen so many grandmasters in his life, including the few people from MCMAU. There were more than 10 grandmasters here now. Just as the two of them were extremely nervous, everyone in the hall suddenly looked outside the house. At this moment, a few extremely powerful auras descended outside the house. Fang Ping, how dare you frame others? Do you really think no one can stop you? Outside the house, as soon as the person landed, a middle-aged man with a violent aura roared in anger, his voice extremely cold. A powerful force of coercion headed straight for Fang Ping. Fang Ping dared to slander the 2 major companies for attacking him in the residential area. This was a serious crime. The person's aura was extremely strong. In the next moment, Old Man Li's vitality soared to the sky, directly lifting the roof. Zheng Minghong, do you want to die? The chaos-vanquishing saber at Fang Ping's waist appeared in Old Man Li's hands instantly. With a hum, the chaos-vanquishing saber was unsheathed instantly. Old Man Li said coldly, "You think I can't kill you?" Zhang Minghong, who gave you the guts? At the same time, Qin Yaoding and Huang Jing stood up at the same time. The blood-red glow above their heads soared to the sky. Celestiality intertwined, causing the void to tremble. Fang Ping's face paled slightly. Then he turned around and shouted, "CEO Zheng, are you trying to kill me to keep me quiet?" Several auras clashed in midair, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The next moment, Commander Bai flew into a rage and bellowed, "Do you really think there's no one capable in Nanjiang? Stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Although there were golden body powerhouses fighting right now, Commander Bai was only a rank 7. He was still awe-inspiring and fearless. He scolded angrily, "Who gave you the guts to fight here? Stop." At the same time, another aura of the golden body rose instantly. Zhou Dinghua from the military department had arrived. Zhou Dinghua's expression was cold to the extreme. He descended from the sky and looked at the few people who were confronting each other. He shouted coldly, "Enough! Weren't they all too free? If you're too free, go to the catacombs to fight. This is not a place for you to show off." Outside the house, Zheng Minghong's expression was ugly. He said in a low voice, "Commander Zhou, it's not that I, Zheng Minghong, want to show off, but Fang Ping has repeatedly slandered the pill company." Now it was no longer slandering but framing. The Elixir Company was established 80 years ago. For the past 80 years, the company had been cautious and conscientious, never daring to slack off, whether it was the military department or the martial arts universities. Could it be that they had forgotten the contributions made by the Elixir Company all these years? They all thought that the Elixir Company was a logistics department. They just needed to focus on development and earn big bucks. Who could still remember all these years? In order to improve all kinds of pills, how many martial artists from the Elixir Company had tested the pills on their own bodies? They were willing to take extraordinary risks just to improve the effects of the pills and reduce the toxicity of the pills. What was the result? How many people died in the process of experimenting? And how many people were tortured in the process of testing the pills? Now, our Elixir Company has become the scum in this ignorant kid's mouth. How could he not know that if the Elixir Company had not improved the formula time and time again and carried out technical research and development, would a kid like him even have the chance to enter a martial arts university? 80 years ago, the cost of a vitality pill was 5 times the current price, but the efficacy was only half of what it is now. Could it be that people like us are evil because we haven't gone to the battlefield and fought until our heads bleed? Have we not contributed to the martial arts world? Zhang Minghong said angrily, "What right does Fang Ping have to judge the Elixir Company's rights and wrongs? What right does he have to spout nonsense in front of us?" Everyone fell silent. Fang Ping said calmly, CEO Zhang, no one denies the Elixir Company's contributions and efforts, and no one says that research and development in the back does not contribute. You don't have to put a big hat on me the moment you come. You're a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, and you don't have to put on a show of strength the moment you come. Whether it's right or wrong, the judgment will be made. Is I, Fang Ping, trying to frame you? Now that all the departments are here, more than 10 grandmasters, do I, a rank 5 martial artist, dare to frame you? Do you think that everyone's eyes can't see and ears can't hear? Or do you think that I, Fang Ping, or MCMAU, can control the governorships and the central government of the provinces? You're agitated the moment you come. As a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, don't you have this little bit of self-control? Or you already know something? Can I take it that you're bluffing and planning for the future? Impudent. You're the impudent one. Old man Li's eyes were cold and fierce, his vitality soaring. He shouted, If you dare to bully the weak, even if everyone is here today, I will kill you. Li Changsheng, do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Minghong shouted angrily. You really think that you're a rank 8? Try me then. Old man, Li snorted coldly. Why would I need a rank 8 to kill you? Insolence. Then let me try your longevity sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them were ready to fight. Zhou Dingguo's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He said coldly, All of you, shut up. Do you think that no one can control you and that you can do whatever you want? Commander Bai stood up too, his expression extremely ugly. The other grandmasters stood up one after another. A few old grandmasters quickly said, Everyone, please calm down. Before the matter is investigated clearly, there's no need to do this. After a while, a few more powerhouses landed on the ground. Looking at the scene in the field, someone shouted, What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Zhang Minghong, Li Changsheng, what are you doing? Do the pill company and MCMAU still have a sense of the big picture? All of you go in and sit down. Since it's happened, let's investigate clearly. Fighting at the drop of a hat. Has your brain been damaged from practicing martial arts? The few people who came later included the Deputy Minister of the Education Department and the Deputy Minister of the Department of Investigation Services. There were rank 8s and rank 7s. A few of them looked dissatisfied. The matter had not even started to investigate, and they had just started to talk, and now they wanted to fight. Did these people really think that there were no rules? Zhang Minghong did not say a word. Old man Li did not say a word either. The others were still trying to persuade them to make peace. Seeing this, Fang Ping walked out of the hall, looked at the crowd, and said, Dear grandmasters, the moment Xiao Zheng came, he did not ask for right or wrong, and used his rank 8 aura as he pleased. I'm seriously injured now. CEO Zheng is a rank 8 and I'm a rank 5. Do you want to silence me? Or do you think that I, Fang Ping, am weak and can do whatever you want? If Sino Nation still has laws and regulations, don't tell me there's no explanation for this matter? If no one upholds justice for me, will CEO Zheng kill me if he wants to? Have I, Fang Ping, wronged Sino Nation or betrayed humanity? Are the military department, the education department, and the Department of Investigation Services just going to let this happen? Are those with weak abilities destined to be sacrificed? If that's the case, what's the difference between a Sino Nation and a government like this and a cult? They might as well just kill all humans below high ranks and rely on the catacombs. Fang Ping, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Dingguo shouted softly, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Fang Ping raised his head and looked at him, saying in a low voice, Commander Zhou, did I say anything wrong? CEO, Zhang attacked me the moment he came. He's talking about the contribution of the pill company, but does it mean that MCMAU has no contribution as well? Let's not talk about the distant ones. let's talk about the recent ones. The old vice-chancellor died in battle. Vice-Chancellor Liu was seriously injured, and Dean Li's situation that day, Commander Zhou knows better than anyone else. This is only the situation of a few grandmasters, those middle and low-ranked instructors and students, which one of them did not shed blood and shed their lives. My MCMAU's school archives can no longer hold the memorial tablet. My Southern Area Cemetery can no longer bury skeletons. Contribution? Who didn't contribute? You didn't even ask a question and attacked me just like that. Are you bullying me because I'm too weak? Or because I didn't contribute? Zhang Minghong's expression was ugly. He stared at him and said, Fang Ping, everyone here is watching whether I attack you or not. If I really attack you, do you think that Li Changxing and the others can protect you? He had released his aura at the beginning only to put Fang Ping in his place. As for attacking him and silencing him, that was purely Fang Ping's nonsense. However, he did not expect the MCMAU crowd to react so fiercely. He was a rank 8 powerhouse reprimanding a junior. Under normal circumstances, it was not a big deal. Fang Ping did not say anything, but the flesh on his body suddenly collapsed. His face also began to crack. Fang Ping did not say anything either. He just stared at the other party. Zhang Minghong's expression instantly turned ugly. Zhou Dinghua frowned and said, Fang Ping. Fang Ping said lightly, In the previous battle, I was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Guardian Wu used the imperishable substance to keep my injuries from worsening. Does CEO Zheng not know that after I fight with a peak rank 6, I will definitely be seriously injured? I think that after CEO Zheng landed with your rank 8 vision, you will be able to discover this. If that's the case, then I have reason to suspect that you want to kill me. A rank 8 and a seriously injured and dying rank 5, even if it's just an aura, won't they kill me? Or does CEO Zheng think that a rank 8 needs to really attack a seriously injured rank 5 to be considered as wanting to kill? Zhang Minghong's expression was gloomy, but he did not say anything. The deputy minister from the Education Ministry was also familiar with Fang Ping. He was the one who hosted the previous second martial arts university championship. At this moment, seeing that Fang Ping's flesh had cracked all over and his arms had almost completely lost flesh, Minister Wang sighed softly and said, All right, Fang Ping, CEO Zhang was just angry in the moment. As he said that, Minister Wang's tone changed. He looked at Zhang Minghong and said, CEO Zhang, his injuries have worsened. Help him for a while. Everyone should calm down about what happened earlier. Zhang Minghong's expression changed slightly. Was he asking him to use the imperishable substance to help Fang Ping heal? After all, Minister Wang was from the Education Ministry. Martial arts universities also belonged to the Education Ministry. Fang Ping was currently the #1 student in martial arts universities. It was completely understandable that Minister Wang would help Fang Ping. As soon as Minister Wang finished speaking, Zhou Dinghua also said, Stabilize his injuries first. Beside them, Minister, who of the detective department, also nodded slightly and said, CEO Zheng, I'll have to trouble you with this. He did not care about anything else. Zhang Minghong had nothing better to do. He just had to intimidate Fang Ping. If MCMAU did not care about this, it was actually not a big deal. It was not like he had really hurt Fang Ping. A rank 8 powerhouse exuding some pressure on a rank 5 martial artist. If they were on good terms, it could be seen as a test of a junior's strength or simply a joke. People like Huang Jing often pressed Fang Ping to the ground, which was much more serious than what he was doing now. However, the point was that both parties were not on good terms, and their relationship had even deteriorated. It was not that Fang Ping did not have people on his side, and he was not afraid of Zhang Minghong. At this time, if Zhang Minghong did not pay a price to settle this matter, it would be difficult to continue the discussion. The other grandmasters were silent. Zhang Minghong had probably been a CEO for too long. He had long forgotten that not everyone was his subordinate when it came to the pill company. The rank 5 of the pill company trembled with fear when they saw him. If it were a rank 5, or even if he had pressured Wang Jinyang, there was a high probability that nothing would happen. Even if he had suffered a small loss, Wang Jinyang had to admit it. However, he just had to find Fang Ping. Everyone knew that Fang Ping had saved Li Changxing's life. If Zhang Minghong really dared to hurt Fang Ping, Li Changxing would not let it go easily. Although Li Changxing was ranked last on the list, and everyone knew that he was not a true rank 8. However, if Zhang Minghong really thought that he could win Li Changxing, then he was probably thinking too much. Li Changxing was not too far away from rank 8. He had even slashed a rank 8 with his sword before. In a life-and-death battle, could Zhang Minghong, a rank 8 who had not entered the catacombs for many years, really survive in a life-and-death battle? Of course, there were still powerhouses from various tribes here. Both of them would not really fight. However, the atmosphere was so tense that it was not a good thing either. Zhang Minghong's expression was ugly. He admitted that he had been a little off track in the beginning. In his opinion, a rank 8 intimidating a rank 5 was really nothing. He did not do anything to Fang Ping. What was wrong with releasing some pressure? However, on MCMAU's side, the reaction was too intense. Not only MCMAU, but Zhang Minghong also glanced at Qin, Yaoting at the side from the corner of his eye. Why did this old man get involved too? SCMAU's vice-chancellor was a peak rank 7 existence, only one step away from rank 8. The key was this old man had a divine weapon. Yes, Qin Yaoting was known as the first rank 7 in Sino Nation. It was not only because his cultivation was very close to rank 8. The key was that he had a divine weapon that was even stronger than Zhou Xingyang's. Zhou Xingyang was also a peak rank 7 with a divine weapon. However, according to the previous ranking, Zhou Xingyang was actually not as good as Qin Yaoting. Although Zhang Minghong was a golden body powerhouse, it was hard to say who would win if he went up against Qin Yaoting. Now Li Changxing was also eyeing him. This made Zhang Minghong's heart extremely sullen. Since when did a rank 8 have to bow down to a rank 5? Just as Zhang Minghong was still thinking about this, the golden glow of Fang Ping's bones suddenly dimmed. Then he went limp on the ground. His internal organs started to shatter visibly. Zhang Minghong's expression changed drastically. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He really felt that he had been wronged to the extreme. Beside him, Li Changxing shouted angrily, "Quick! I don't have imperishable substances. You guys save him quickly. If Fang Ping dies, I'll kill you." Huang Jing's expression was also ugly. He said in a low voice, "CEO Zhang, you're so cruel to MCMAU's people. As a grandmaster, ask yourself honestly, do you deserve the title?" "You guys!" Beside him, Zhou Dingwa frowned but did not say anything. His hands glowed with gold light, and he started to treat Fang Ping's ruptured internal organs. Minister Wang of the Education Ministry also started to act quickly. He could not let Fang Ping die. This situation did not seem right now. Actually, many people felt that something was wrong. Zhang Minghong's pressure was pushed back as soon as he released it. How did it become so serious? However, Fang Ping's injuries were really very, very serious. Among the people present, perhaps only a few people knew what was going on. Fang Ping's injuries were indeed very serious. He had been holding on all this while. Li Changxing also knew that Fang Ping had been recovering a large amount of vitality to prevent his injuries from worsening. Zhang Minghong really did not hurt him. However, this kid had given up on using vitality to heal himself, allowing his injuries to worsen. As a result, his injuries were really very serious. This was not fake. Zhang Minghong had to admit it, even if he did not want to. Even if everyone knew that this was probably caused by the previous fight with the peak rank 6, who asked him to have nothing better to do. Why did he have to pressure others? a person who was alive and kicking just a moment ago, was suddenly on the verge of death. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Zhang Minghong's expression was very conflicted. This time he was really down on his luck. In this situation, if he still did not act, the two ministers would not keep using the imperishable substance to help. If Fang Ping really died, it would not be their responsibility. With so many grandmasters present, if something really happened to Fang Ping, Zhang Minghong would not be able to explain himself even if he had 10 mouths. In the next moment, Zhang Minghong's expression darkened. Without a word, he pressed his hand on Fang Ping's body, and a ray of gold light emitted. At this time, Zhou Dinghua and Wang Jing stopped. As for Fang Ping, he sensed Zhang Minghong's attack and quickly absorbed the imperishable substance to heal himself. When he saw that Zhang Minghong was about to stop, Fang Ping's internal organs suddenly ruptured again. Zhang Minghong almost vomited blood. Good, very good. Zhang Minghong felt that he had learned something new. After living for so many years, he was actually tricked by a rank 5 kid. He had been in a high position for many years, and the pill company did not have much competition. The company's subordinates were also very respectful to him. The provincial governors and martial arts universities, including the military department, were actually very polite to him in order to get more free pills. Zhang Minghong was not very shrewd. It was not that he did not have any tricks up his sleeve, but when he looked down on them, he really did not care too much about these middle and low-ranked martial artists. This time he was careless and was tricked by a 20-year-old young man. At this moment, Fang Ping's injuries were actually starting to improve. Flesh was growing on his bones again, but this kid, he did not heal himself, and his internal injuries were still worsening. The imperishable substance he absorbed all went into his bones. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Fang Ping's injuries were still worsening. It was not an act, it was really worsening. It was difficult for Zhang Minghong to stop now. This scene made Wang Jinyang, who was watching from the side, feel a little jealous. People with backing were indeed different. If it were him, old Wang felt a little uncomfortable. If it were him, even if NMAU's 2 peak rank SIXS were here, he really did not have the confidence to face a rank 8 powerhouse. Not to mention tricking this rank 8, the suppression from before would probably be brushed off. Even if he did not, if they were at Fang Ping's level, Zhang Minghong would probably also stop. The imperishable substance was the foundation of a rank 8. No one would waste it. Zhang Minghong wanted to, but he had to at least make Fang Ping's injuries look less serious. Li Changsheng and the others were still glaring at him from the side. Zhang Minghong's face was full of anger. The other rank 8 powerhouse beside him, however, did not say a word. He was secretly glad that he did not step forward. This was the old CEO of the weapons company. Zhang Minghong wanted to take Fang Ping down a notch the moment he arrived. Actually, he was very happy to see it. This time, Fang Ping said that the martial artists who attacked him were from the 2 major companies. This matter really made them very angry. This kind of thing could not be taken lightly. Before coming, everyone had actually considered in their hearts that they must not be weak and compromise. At this time, if they were weak and looked guilty, that would be the real big trouble. Moreover, they knew what MCMAU was planning. They also could not let MCMAU's conspiracy succeed. This was not just a matter of MCMAU alone, but a big change that involved the entire Sino nation. Now that the 2 major companies had taken a step back toward MCMAU, it might cause a chain reaction. MCMAU's matter was a small matter. The change in the entire situation was a big matter. Therefore, the 2 major companies' idea was to be strong to the end, never compromise. The main culprit was this kid Fang Ping's nonsense, framing the 2 companies. Deterring Fang Ping was the 2 major companies' idea. Zhang Minghong taking the first step was in line with the 2 major companies' interests and also in line with their expectations. In the end, Zhang Minghong was tricked. At this moment, the weapons company CEO felt that it was really not bad that he was 1 step behind. How could the imperishable substance be consumed like this? This time, Zhang Minghong would not be able to make up for it without half a year of cultivation. However, thinking about it, this kid Fang Ping was really bold. By tricking Zhang Minghong like this, he had really offended him. Thinking about it again, it seemed like he had already offended him enough. Thinking about it this way, the weapons company CEO suddenly felt that this kid could only profit, not lose. Chapter 419. The Admiral's Office. After a while, Zhang Minghong stopped. Fang Ping was about to continue rupturing his internal organs when old man Li, who was beside him, kicked him without batting an eyelid. That's enough. Even if your internal organs were crushed, no, your head was crushed, they wouldn't work for you anymore. In just a short while, Zhang Minghong had infused quite a lot of imperishable substance. It was comparable to the amount that Wu Quishan had infused to save Lu Fengru. Without a year and a half of cultivation, he would not be able to make up for it. Of course, Zhang Minghong rarely went to the catacombs in recent years. Old man Li did not think it was a big deal. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not waste any time. Very quickly he crawled up from the ground and said with a respectful expression, "Thank you, ministers, for saving my life. Thank you, CEO Zhang, for forgetting our past enmity and protecting me. It is precisely because of the selfless contributions of the Grandmasters that martial arts can prosper in Sino Nation. It is also because of the selfless contributions of the Grandmasters that martial artists of the younger generation have the motivation to keep moving forward. Rather than thanking him, he might as well not thank him." The two ministers smiled and nodded slightly. The more Zhang Minghong listened, the more upset he felt. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Zhang Minghong didn't say a word. He walked to the side and sat down, pretending that nothing had happened. Now, no matter how polite Fang Ping was, he would not take it seriously. After walking to the roofless hall and sitting down, Zhang Minghong asked, "Is Guardian Wu not here?" Commander Bai glanced at him. Seeing that both parties were no longer fighting, he said in a low voice, "The Guardian has gone to Jiang City. Please wait a moment." River Town, Zhang Minghong was deep in thought. It didn't seem to be anything good. While he was thinking, Fang Ping had set up a mentality barrier and was discussing with the people from MCMAU softly. "Teacher, if there's really something wrong with Xiaoyu later, then we'll keep a close eye on the two companies. At the very least, sell your shares." Huang Jing frowned slightly. What if Xiaoyu is fine? No problem, but he couldn't just randomly frame them. Huang Jing did not approve of this either. The bottom line should still be upheld. Fang Ping laughed. "Naturally, I hope it's fake. If it's fake, then it's fine. It's better to make things clear than not. But if it's true, then you can't just dismiss us with a few words." At that time, he could just casually say, "This is a personal matter. Teachers, please don't let it go just like that. If we don't sell the shares in our hands, we'll have offended them again. If we want to use these shares to gain benefits, it'll be impossible. Anyway, they know our motive. Anyway, if there's a problem with Xiaoyu, we'll drag the two big companies down with us. This is their problem, so they have to take responsibility for it." Huang Jing took a light breath and said in a low voice, "If there's really something wrong with Xiaoyu, then naturally they won't let it go just like that. But let me remind you, if there isn't, then this matter will end here. You have to understand the two major companies are involved in many things." "I know." Fang Ping nodded. Then he dispersed the mentality barrier. Zhang Minghong, who was opposite him, gave him a sideways glance but said nothing. But soon, Zhang Minghong could not take it anymore. Fang Ping, who had stopped talking, was focused on recovering from his injuries. This was not the key point. The key point was that this kid's golden bones suddenly emitted a lot of golden radiance and started to grow flesh and blood. Zhang Minghong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. These imperishable substances were his. Fang Ping, this bastard. As expected, he did not use these to recover just now. Instead, he stored them in his golden bones. Most martial artists would not be able to store these things. But Fan Ping had golden bones. Golden bones. Zhang Minghong was almost muddle-headed from anger. Only now did he care about the main point. This kid actually had rank, 8 golden bones. Zhang Minghong's expression was getting uglier. This kid was not a golden body yet. If he had become one, he would turn the pill company upside down. As he was thinking about this, everyone in the concourse suddenly looked outside the house. Wu Chuan and the others landed from the sky directly into the concourse. Wu Chuan swept a glance at the roof that had been flipped over. He frowned slightly and glanced at everyone. Old man Li pretended not to see it. He did not care about those things at that time. Wu Chuan did not say much either. He could guess what had happened. At this moment, Wu Chuan was holding 2 people in his hands. One of them looked deathly pale and severely injured, while the other looked calm. Nothing out of the ordinary. Behind them, Wu Kuishan landed. He had also brought someone along, Zhang Dingnan. The incident happened in Nanjiang. Zhang Dingnan had wanted to come a long time ago. Unfortunately, his injuries were not light and he could not make it. These 2 went to River City to arrest people. Naturally, they had to inform him so that Nanjiang could cooperate with the investigation. Zhang Dingnan got a free ride and came along with them. As soon as they landed, Fan Ping hurriedly asked Wang Jinyang in a low voice, "Who's injured?" "Lu Ha." Fan Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Being injured at this time actually meant many things. However, Zhao Yu looked calm. Although Fan Ping felt that a peak rank 6 powerhouse was very important to Nanjiang, it would be best if he was not an evil disciple. However, compared to the 2 of them, if there was really an evil disciple, Fan Ping felt that Zhao Yu was more in line with his own interests. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Yu was safe and sound. Wu Chuan also did not make a move on him. This meant that the other party's identity had not been confirmed yet. Fan Ping felt that something was not right. Zhang Minghong could not help but frown. Wu Chuan brought 2 people. One of them was injured. As a guardian, Wu Chuan would not make a move on someone without evidence. And if something happened to one person, it meant that the probability of something happening to the other person who was also brought was not low. As for Zhao Yu, it was impossible that he did not know him. That was the person in charge of the pill company in Nanjiang, peak rank 6. In the pill company, he was also one of the higher-ups. If there was really a problem, Zhang Minghong felt a little uneasy. If something happened to Zhao Yu, the problem would be serious. Zhao Yu was in charge of everything in Nanjiang's pill company. Although he did not master some core pill manufacturing techniques, including the most core secret pill recipes, the other party knew a lot of things. If Zhao Yu leaked it, Zhang Minghong's expression did not change, but he was a little nervous inside. Beside him, the expression of the weapons company CEO was slightly better. Fortunately, he did not see anyone from his company. However, the pill company and the weapons company could actually be seen as one. If something happened to the pill company, the weapons company would definitely be implicated. Actually, many of the higher-ups of both companies had also taken turns to hold positions in the 2 major companies. Wu Chuan did not care what everyone thought. He said as soon as he landed, "Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's Lu Ha tried to resist and escape when Nanjiang asked for assistance in the investigation. I injured him." He did not make a move as soon as he arrived in Nanjiang. Instead, he invited these 2 people to assist in the investigation through the Nanjiang House of Governors. In the end, the 2 directors of Nanjiang's Department of Investigation Services brought people to ask Lu Ha to cooperate in the investigation. Lu Ha started to fight back. This time, Wu Chuan felt that there was no escape. There was really something wrong with this guy. As for the 2 people that needed to be investigated, if one of them had a problem, his words would no longer be conjectures, nor would they be lies. Right now, the key was Zhao Yu. If there was something wrong with Zhao Yu, his situation would be much more serious than Lu He's. The injured Lu He's breathing was weak. After hearing what was said, he explained, "Guardian, I had no intention of resisting the law. I just wanted to explain something. Now, that upright Sun martial arts dojo is in chaos because of Director Zhou's death, who knew that Director Xiao would not give me a chance to explain it all and forcefully detain me. Wu Chuan turned a deaf ear to him. Along the way, Lu Ha had explained a lot, but he pretended that he did not hear anything. He had already observed everything that had transpired in the dark. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, remained calm. He glanced at Zheng Minghong, bowed slightly, and said, "CEO Zheng." Zheng Minghong looked at him. Zhao Yu said in a low voice, "Right and wrong, there will be justice. Whether Zhao Yu is an evil sect member or not, if he can withstand the investigation, the truth will come to light." Zheng Minghong did not say much. Sometimes, before there was a result, one should not make promises easily. He still understood this point. He was full of confidence now. But if there was a problem, he would be slapping his own face. Zhang Dingnan said, "The Department of Investigation Services and Nanjiang's House of Governors are conducting a thorough investigation. CEO Zheng, there are people checking the accounts and sales records of Nanjiang's pill subsidiary company. I hope you can understand." Zhang Minghong nodded slightly and said, "Governor General Zhang, just follow the rules." This matter had to be investigated now. It involved the betrayal of the higher-ups and could be infiltrated by the evil sect members. They had to be cautious. Hearing Zhang Dingnan's words, Fang Ping frowned slightly. If that was the case, they had to continue investigating? How long would that take? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "Governor General, don't the evil sect members have any special characteristics?" Zhang Dingnan was a little speechless, but he still explained, "They're all martial artists. Do you think they would print the words evil sect member on their faces?" Fang Ping's question made people speechless. This was not a television show. The evil sect members could not wait to hide their identities. Who would be stupid enough to put a symbol on their bodies? Hearing that, Fang Ping looked at Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan said, "Just wait. Whether it's true or not, there will be clues." Wu Chuan was in no hurry. If Zhao Yu was really an evil sect member, they would find out. The power of the government was stronger than Fang Ping imagined. They had a target. They had captured the person. If they continued investigating, there would be results. Fang Ping exhaled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Guardian Wu, this is too much of a waste of time. I think we can make it simpler." Wu Chuan glanced at him with a half-smile and said lightly, "Speak." "Lu Ha, there should be a problem," the injured Lu Ha said hurriedly. "Grandmasters, believe me." Before he could finish, Wu Chuan's mentality moved, suppressing him so that he could not speak. "CEO Zhao, if you're an evil sect member, I'm saying if. CEO Zhao, you won't mind if I make a hypothesis, right?" Zhao Yu said in a low voice, "Of course not. Now that I'm a suspect, forget about a hypothesis. Even if you really want to detain me, it's only right. CEO Zhao is righteous." Fang Ping flattered him and said, "If CEO Zhao is a member of the evil sect, then there are only two possibilities. One, he's a fanatic of the evil sect, the kind that was cultivated since young and deliberately entered the pill company. He believes in the evil sect's ideology and did not hesitate to infiltrate the pill company. Two, he joined halfway and was bewitched and bribed by the evil sect." Everyone nodded, but this was nonsense. Fang Ping said again, "If it's the second possibility, it's really not easy to bribe someone like CEO Zhao. Peak rank 6. Of course, CEO Zhao might not have this ability in the beginning. He might have been bribed when he was still weak. CEO Zheng, has there been a time when CEO Zhao's martial arts realm advanced by leaps and bounds? For example, when it's beyond his ability, when his martial arts realm advanced extremely fast." Zhang Minghong frowned. After a while he said, "I don't think so." "CEO Zheng, are you sure?" Zhang Minghong humphed. "Zhao Yu is a peak rank 6 martial artist. Even in the pill company, there aren't many of them." "Of course I know." "Then I'll just cultivate step by step," Yi Fuqian said. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "Cultivating step by step until this stage, there's no benefit to speak of. Since he joined the evil sect halfway, he must have an ulterior motive. Since it's not at any other time, then it must be to break through to a higher rank? Fong Ping laughed. The one I killed previously hated CEO Zhao to the core. I think there's more to it than just a grudge between the two. It might be a fight for a high-rank cultivation quota. In other words, CEO Zhao also really wants to break through to a higher rank. Only the temptation of breaking through to a higher rank would cause a peak rank 6 powerhouse to fall into the evil path. Zhao Yu said in a low voice, there's no one who doesn't want to break through to Grandmaster. Naturally, I hope so too. However, I have my own bottom line. President Fong, you can't make such an arbitrary judgment just because I'm a peak rank 6 martial artist. Fong Ping laughed. That's for sure. This is nothing. Actually, I also want to break through to Grandmaster. Fong Ping said again, then let's talk about the first possibility first. CEO Zhao is a fanatic who was raised from a young age. Actually, this kind of fanatic is the easiest to distinguish. Fong Ping said gleefully, I heard that fanatics agree with the evil sect's ideology very much. They treat the Pope and the true gods as their ancestors. That's what they say. Wu Chuan nodded. That's true. Then it's simple. If Grandmasters don't mind, I'll give the evil sect's Pope and the true gods a good scolding now. Grandmasters, release your mentality and observe CEO Zhao's psychological fluctuations. I think that if he really is an evil sect member, even if a martial artist mentality is extremely strong, faced with this kind of situation, he will more or less have some fluctuations. As soon as he said that, everyone was slightly stunned. Truth be told, in recent years, there had been many evil sect members who had been arrested. However, they were either caught red-handed or under suspicion, secretly investigating to find evidence. Very few people would do what Fong Ping did. Before there was conclusive evidence, people like Zhao Yu would not be arrested. This time it was also because Fong Ping's words were so convincing that the matter was not small. That was why they arrested the other party without any evidence. Wu Chuan pondered slightly. What Fong Ping said was not very appropriate, but it might not be useless. The Department of Investigation Services and the Military Department had never considered this kind of interrogation method before. Maybe it could be adopted. All right, you try. When Fong Ping heard that, he did not hold back and immediately scolded. Your bullsh *T divine sex pope is a pile of *T. What bullsh *T hashtag yen%? Fong Ping started scolding. The scolding went on for a long time without repeating himself. After scolding the Pope, he scolded the true gods. After scolding the true gods, he scolded their bullsh *T ideals. This was the first time someone had scolded for more than 10 minutes in front of close to 20 Grandmaster powerhouses. All the Grandmasters released their mentality, observing the emotional fluctuations of the two people in the hall. Under the observation of so many Grandmasters, it was very difficult for middle and low-ranked martial artists to hide their emotional changes. On the ground, Lu He's face was flushed, yet he could not open his mouth. Everyone could also feel his anger, resentment at this point. Lu Ha actually did not need to hide it anymore. Wu Chuan did not even give him a chance to speak. There was almost no chance for him to escape this. Sensing this change, Wu Chuan frowned slightly. Although listening to Fong Ping scold made the roots of his ears itch, the effect was still somewhat. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Ping was also tired of scolding. Zhang Minghong breathed a sigh of relief and said, Zhao Yu's emotions did not fluctuate. Fong Ping laughed. This can only prove that CEO Zhao is not a fanatic. Some people are egoists who only believe in themselves. Who cares about the Pope? However, we can rule out the possibility that CEO Zhao is a fanatic who was raised since young. As for the second possibility, the possibility that he joined midway has not been ruled out. Fong Ping said again, If he joined midway, CEO Zhao would not have joined when he was weak. Otherwise, there would be some traces left. CEO Zhao entered the pill company. In order for him to enter the upper management as soon as possible, I think the evil sect invested in CEO Zhao. CEO Zheng, how long has CEO Zhao worked in the pill company? Zheng Minghong thought for a while. Suddenly, he took out his phone and made a call. After a while, he hung up and said, 34 years. After such a long time, he only became the provincial CEO of the pill company. I think the probability of him joining the evil sect when he was weak is not high. It is more likely that after he entered rank 6, or even peak rank 6, CEO Zhao was tempted because he could not go further. Otherwise, with CEO Zhao's position and identity, it should be enough to satisfy his daily cultivation needs. Zhang Minghong nodded. Of course, with Zhao Yu's identity and a member of the pill company, he would definitely not be unable to satisfy his own cultivation needs. Fang Ping laughed. CEO Zhang, you are confident in this. There are many people in martial arts universities who do not have enough for their own needs. Zhang Minghong's expression darkened. He was just explaining that the possibility of Zhao Yu betraying him was not high. It was impossible to lure Zhao Yu to join the evil sect unless the evil sect agreed to help him achieve rank 7. Fang Ping asked again, how long has CEO Zhao been in peak rank 6? 8 years. Zhang Minghong knew this very well. 8 years. He hasn't even reached the stage of mentality-vitality fusion. This means that stepping into rank 7 is very, very difficult. I don't know how many more 8 years it will take. At this time, to become a high-rank powerhouse, it is understandable that he would do something. Fang Ping, you need evidence to speak. Are all peak rank 6 tempted? Fang Ping laughed. That's not it. I want to ask CEO Zhao, is your vitality complete? Zhao Yu frowned slightly and nodded. Complete. What about mentality? It's average. That means that what CEO Zhao needs is not vitality resources, but treasures that can increase mentality. These things are too difficult to obtain. Fang Ping lamented. If I want you to become a high-ranked or even achieve mentality-vitality fusion, then I must use these things to tempt you. A rank 6 powerhouse cannot be tempted with a few empty words. There must be practical benefits, visible benefits. CEO Zhao, let me ask you again. All these years, have you obtained any treasures that can increase mentality? If you have, where did you get it? Can you tell me in detail? Zhao Yu shook his head. No, this thing was not cabbage. How could it be obtained so easily? Fang Ping heard that and suddenly laughed. Everyone here, has anyone obtained this kind of treasure before or consumed it? Everyone looked at each other. After a while, they all shook their heads. This thing, no one had used it before. Then, do you know that treasures like this, even if they are consumed and digested, there will still be some aura left in the body? As soon as he said that, Zhao Yu's gaze flickered slightly. Fang Ping did not mind. He looked at Li Chongsheng and smiled. Dean Li, you've consumed the energy essence before. Even now, there are still remnants of the life force aura. Old man Li thought for a while, but still said, the time I consumed it was too short. Fang Ping shook his head. No matter how long the time there will be, this point is actually very easy to detect. It's just that everyone usually doesn't pay much attention to it. CEO Zhao said that he has not consumed any treasures that can increase mentality. According to my judgment, if he relied on the evil sect to break through to high-ranked, then the evil sect must have taken out some treasures that moved him. The evil sect must have taken out treasures that moved him. To CEO Zhao, what is difficult to obtain? Only treasures that can increase mentality. For a powerhouse who desires to break through to rank 7, no one can resist using this kind of thing, right? CEO Zhao will not believe the other party without any proof. At the very least, the other party must throw out some bait for CEO Zhao to take the bait. If CEO Zhao has consumed it, there will definitely be remnants of aura. He cannot sense the remnants of aura in mentality, but the Grandmasters can. Now, I want all the Grandmasters to start investigating carefully with this as a goal. If there are no remnants of special aura, it means that my previous judgment was wrong. We can only wait for the next inspection. If there are... Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yu suddenly said, "These years I have entered the catacombs many times. I have consumed many herbs and unknown energy fruits. I don't know if there are any treasures that can increase mentality. After all, my mentality can't be released externally, so the feeling of my mentality increasing is not too obvious." As he said that, Zhao Yu said again, "I think this point can't be used as proof of your guess." Fang Ping suddenly laughed, saying playfully, "Desque the moment I mentioned it, Xiao Zhao said that he might have eaten this before. Are these things that can increase mentality, like cabbages now?" "Everywhere. Also, if there really is such a treasure, I think even if it is not obvious, martial artists will have a clear sense of the changes in their bodies." Zhao Yu said in a low voice, "I'm just guessing. I haven't confirmed if I have consumed it before." Fang Ping laughed. "That makes sense. Of course, I believe CEO Zhao. I can't say for sure if other people believe me." Fang Ping looked at Zhang Minghong with a smile. "CEO Zhang, do you believe me?" Zhang Minghong kept a straight face and said nothing. Zhao Yu's suspicion was growing. As for Fang Ping, he suddenly laughed. "Actually, there are many ways to prove it. Since the evil sect has given benefits, they must have something in return. For example, some of the pill companies' secret prescriptions and techniques. Has this happened to the evil sect recently? For example, did they carry more pills with them? Especially in this area of Nanjiang. We can investigate through the Department of Investigation Services and the military department to see if there are any changes in the evil sect members that have been eliminated recently. Of course, this cannot prove anything clearly. It's okay. We can investigate this slowly. Whether it's true or not, we will know sooner or later. Including the fact that CEO Zhao said that he has consumed many unknown herbs and energy fruits. Describe them one by one. We can follow the picture and see if there is anything that can increase mentality. Also, where did he get it? Some things are not available in every catacombs. CEO Zhao has records of which catacombs he entered and how long he stayed. If the evil sect provided something that can increase mentality, CEO Zhao can describe it clearly, but CEO Zhao must be careful not to say the wrong place of origin. This thing is very rare. It really can't be found everywhere. You're only a rank 6. You don't know much. However, a rank 9 powerhouse is experienced and knowledgeable. I think Guardian Wu generally knows some of the catacomb specialties, especially this kind of thing that can increase mentality. Guardian Wu, right? Wu Chuan darted him a look and nodded lightly. He was not lying. Some people might not understand this thing, but a rank 9 would. Zhao Yu's expression did not change, but Wu Chuan kept staring at him. Some changes in his emotions could be felt. Sighing softly in his heart, Wu Chuan did not say anything. If he continued investigating, there would be results sooner or later. This matter would not be brushed off so easily. As for the aura remnant that Fang Ping mentioned, all right, Wu Chuan could tell everyone honestly that it was fake. What **T logic? After a long time, it would dissipate long ago. Where would the remnant come from? However, most people did not know much about this. Forget about Zhao Yu, even rank 8 martial artists did not know much, because everyone had not consumed it before. As for those that had, especially treasures that could increase mentality, Zhao Yu did not know and could not sense it before he could externalize his mentality. It was obvious that Fang Ping was bluffing. However, Fang Ping's bluff sounded like it was real. Wu Chuan dared to conclude that there were many grandmasters present who believed what he said. Perhaps only a few of them had some doubts. As for Zhao Yu, the probability of him being bribed was very high now. Wu Chuan did not expose Fang Ping either. Using this method, he might be able to bluff a little more. Zhang Minghong had also noticed some changes in Zhao Yu. At this moment, Zhang Minghong's expression changed slightly, looking very unpleasant. Chapter 420. Fan Ping did not have to immediately prove that Zhao Yu was indeed a member of the evil sect. Of the two people he mentioned, one had already been confirmed, and the other was now a huge suspect. At this time, it was best to be half-hidden. Fan Ping spoke for a while and did not continue. Zhang Minghong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We will cooperate with the departments to investigate this matter to the end. If the evidence is conclusive, we will not tolerate it." Fan Ping said faintly, "CEO Zhang, I only mentioned one possibility. What if these two are actually not members of the evil sect? Including the few from before." Everyone frowned immediately. Fan Ping said mildly, "I think it is necessary to make some reasonable assumptions and suspicions. And I'm saying if these people are actually not members of the evil sect. Sometimes the title of evil sect can easily be used as a scapegoat. Are Luhi's family and friends, including himself, related to the two major companies?" "CEO Zhang, don't be hasty." Seeing that Zhang Minghong was about to speak, Fan Ping said with a smile, "I'm just making a guess under reasonable circumstances. Including the last time in Auspicious Peace, there was a director of the Catacombs Intelligence Department. What's his name again? I think it is necessary to investigate thoroughly if he is related to the two major companies. Because that person is also looking for trouble with me, insisting on detaining me to Capital City for dissection." "Fan Ping!" Zhang Minghong shouted. "Nonsense! Who said I want to dissect you? I'm just cooperating with the investigation." Fan Ping said faintly, "Has the Catacombs Intelligence Department started sharing information with the pill company? Is the pill company a pill manufacturing enterprise or an intelligence agency? Can such an important secret be disclosed to the public so easily? Although I'm not an important person, the last time I wanted to investigate was the vital breath control technique. Even CEO Zheng knows about this? In that case, can I assume that Chief Zheng knows more about the intelligence department than any other department?" Zhang Minghong's expression changed again and again. What kind of *T secret was this? He was not the only one who knew about this. Many people. However, some things were known. Fan Ping was right. This was the intelligence department's secret. Logically speaking, he should not know. However, Zhang Minghong felt wronged. If he did not believe it, he could ask the grandmasters present. How many of them did not know? Even though he had offended some people, he was not going to take the blame. Zhang Minghong said solemnly, "The people who know about this matter are definitely not just me." Zhang Minghong, as high-ranked martial artists, there are some things that we want to understand. The government won't hide it from us on purpose either. Aura control is a big deal, Fan Ping interrupted. "I just want to ask, where did Xiao Jing find out about this? That should be fine, right? Who told you that? Since you know about it, then it must be someone related who told you. I think I won't tell you, and MCMAU's insiders won't tell you either. In other words, the news came from the intelligence department. How do I put this? This matter can be big or small. It doesn't matter to me, since it doesn't matter if everyone knows about it. But if they dare to leak this today, they will dare to leak even more advanced information in the future. Guardian Wu, I think this matter is more serious than the matter of the cultists." Fan Ping was overjoyed. Zhang Minghong had taken the bait too easily. Zhang Minghong's expression changed again and again. The other evolved Jing masters all felt that they should shut up immediately. Damn it, there were quite a lot of people who knew about this. Even if others didn't say it, Zhang Dingnen knew it clearly. Of course, Zhang Dingnen could explain that he already knew about it in the catacombs. As for the others, everyone actually had their own sources of information. It was not strange to know some things, but now they could not say that they knew. If they knew, they would have to explain how they knew. Some people knew it from their friends. If they said it, they would be betraying their friends. Maybe the government would not do anything to these high-ranked people, but some of the higher-ups in the intelligence department might have a big change. Wu Chuan's expression was also very solemn. Zhou Dingwa even shouted, "Zhang Minghong, is the intelligence department's business something you can freely participate in?" Zhang Minghong said in a muffled voice, "Commander Zhou, the intelligence department shared some catacombs information with us. The government allowed it." Zhou Dingwa said coldly, "Does that include other unrelated information? Is Fang Ping's matter related to this?" He was there last time. He also heard what Fang Ping said to Shui Ba and Wang Ying in the end. But at that time, Fang Ping was talking to himself, so he could say whatever he wanted. But now, Zhang Minghong confessed without being pressed. Some rules still had to be followed. If you did it and did not say it, everyone knew it in their hearts, so it was nothing. Many people knew that Fang Ping was asked to cooperate with the investigation, but according to the law, this was not allowed. Since there was still a government in human society and organizations still existed, then they had to follow the rules, unless they could already ignore these rules. Some people could, some could not. At least, Zhang Minghong was not qualified yet. Even Wu Chuan was a step away from this step. He also had to follow the rules. Zhang Minghong was silent for a moment, then said, "I will give everyone an explanation for this matter." Fang Ping said softly, "Theo Zhang is so concerned about my every move. You even know if I'm cooperating with the investigation or dissecting." Fang Ping is terrified. "I'm only rank 5. You're a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. Honestly, I'm really a little flattered. Since you know me so well, then it's not a big secret that I left MCMAU and returned to Sun City. When I left MCMAU this time, very few people knew about it. When I returned to Sun City, I also lived in seclusion. If they didn't pay special attention, who would know that I, Fang Ping, had returned?" Zhang Minghong said coldly, "Fang Ping, your reputation is not small. Don't be humble. Is it something difficult to guess that you returned to Sun City for the new year? Do you think that the evil sect martial artists wanted to kill you without knowing this?" Fang Ping laughed. "That's true. If that's the case, it shouldn't be CEO Zhang who leaked the news. Do you know the consequences of wantonly framing a rank 8 martial artist?" Zhang Minghong said coldly, "I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating the facts. If everyone can spread rumors at will, then who would have the mood to continue cultivating and fighting when everyone is in a state of panic?" Fang Ping shook his head. "CEO Zhang, you're thinking too much. I never speak nonsense without evidence. I suspect CEO Zhang. Is there no evidence? It's hard to say what happened to CEO Zhao now. Also, I'll be frank. Ever since MCMAU's 10 high grandmasters went to Capital City and obtained the expansion rights, there has been a dispute between us. Benefits move people's hearts. Am I suspecting you without reason? I admit that I was the one who begged the vice-chancellor to fight for it. CEO Zhang, tell me, do you know that I did it? Now that Guardian Wu and the rest are here, do you dare to say that you don't know?" "I know. Since you know, then did MCMAU's actions affect the pill company's interests? Now that I suspect that you want to attack me and put me to death, am I speaking nonsense? In this matter, people from the pill company are involved. President Fang, I'm not a member of the evil sect." Before Zhao Yu could finish, Fang Ping turned around and shouted, "You shut up! Whether it's true or not, I know better than you. If you're not a member of the evil sect, then it's even scarier. Since you're not a member of the evil sect, then it means that the pill company has already disregarded the bottom line, disregarded the rules, and directly attacked me. If you're a member of the evil sect, then it means that most of the people in the pill company are innocent and unaware. But if you're not, humph." Zhao Yu's expression darkened instantly. Wu Chuan suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Take them out!" The next moment, a few people from the House of Guardians walked in from outside the door and took the two of them away. Zhang Minghong's expression changed again. Wu Chuan obviously believed that there was something wrong with Zhao Yu. Fang Ping looked at Zheng Minghong and continued, CEO Zheng, do you think that Zhao Yu is a member of the evil sect? Zheng Minghong said coldly, what's the use of my thinking? We'll know when we find out. He had just been tricked once. This time, he would not fall for it again. Fang Ping laughed. That's true. Then we can wait. Wait until we find out. Once this matter is investigated, the two major companies must give me an explanation. I'm nothing. It doesn't matter even if I die. But this is not my personal matter. Today, they attacked me and my family. Which powerhouse doesn't have a few family and friends? If they dare to kill me today, they will naturally dare to kill others in the future. It's not like no one knows that I was attacked. The entire Sun City saw it. 3 rank SAXS. That's a big move. There are even 2 peak rank SAXS hiding behind them. 5 rank SAXS. 3 of them are peak. What a big move. Cough, cough. The weapons company's CEO coughed softly and said lightly, this matter has nothing to do with us. What a joke. Fang Ping actually mentioned the 2 major companies. Motherf asterisk her. Could he see clearly which side Zhao Yu was on? Fang Ping bowed and apologized. My apologies for my slip of the tongue. However, our school's weapons production line has also expanded. CEO Sun, I believe that you're not that kind of person. However, there's no guarantee that some evil sect members might have infiltrated the weapons company. Is this an unwarranted suspicion? The weapons company's CEO replied lightly. He did not have anything on him. Some things were not up to Fang Ping to decide. Fang Ping bowed again and said, then I'll apologize to CEO Sunday. However, it said that the 2 major companies are not separated. Now, it seems that the weapons company and the pill company are not one. CEO Sun's expression changed slightly. Sometimes being on the same side was the source of their confidence. There was no way he could admit this. If they were not one, then it meant that he had to draw a clear line with the pill company. However, he glanced at Zheng Minghong and saw him nod slightly. CEO Sun smiled faintly and said, of course they're one. The pill and weapons companies are both owned by the government. Are you, Fang Ping, thinking of separating the 2 major companies from the government? Fang Ping smiled. Then our martial arts university and the 2 major companies are one. Since we're all one, then I think it's only natural that we continue to expand the production line, including selling pills and weapons to the public. Do you think that changing the concept is the right for you, Fang Ping, to pester endlessly? CEO Sun smiled faintly. You said that we're one. I don't deny that humans are one. However, there's a clear division of labor, and everyone has their own duties. This is also the guarantee of order. Fang Ping, are martial arts universities going to replace the government's functions? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Old Sun was very difficult to deal with. Without any evidence on the weapons company, it was indeed difficult to negotiate. Fang Ping did not continue and immediately changed the topic. If there's a problem with Zhao Yu, I suggest that we investigate the pill company. Zhao Yu is the Nanjiang branch's CEO. This is a matter of great importance. We cannot ignore it. That's the government's responsibility. Zheng Minghong replied coldly. Fang Ping smiled. Yes, you're right. But I'm the victim, the person involved. Shouldn't I voice my opinion? I've yet to recover from my serious injuries. You've helped me heal just now, so you should know how long it'll take for me to recover. Moreover, without imperishable substances, I might not be able to recover. It's not just me. NMAU's Wang Jinyang is also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although both of us are weak and might not be able to represent the entire martial arts university, you've also said that I'm somewhat famous. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation and compensation? If the evil sect attacked me, I suggest that the government completely annihilate the evil sect. They can kill me in public today, but what about tomorrow? Can martial artists like us really not worry about the government and the safety of our families? When we enter the catacombs, who will protect our families? When our confidence is shaken, who will pay for everything? Now, traces of the evil sect members have appeared in the pill company. Why can't I investigate it thoroughly? Your family is safe and sound. As a rank 8 powerhouse, you can ignore all of this. What about me? Do I deserve to die? Isn't it right to investigate to the end? Wu Quishan said lightly, I think it should be investigated. Moreover, it should be a joint investigation by all departments, not self-investigation and self-correction. Zhang Minghong's expression was extremely ugly. Here came the main point. As a company with assets of more than 10 trillion, a thorough investigation, putting aside the evil sect, there would always be some problems. An 80-year-old company, one that was monopolistic and profiteering, how could there be no problems at all? No one dared to say this. Zhang Minghong suppressed the irritation in his heart and said coldly, This is not MCMAU's authority. As a rank 8 martial artist, I have the right to make this suggestion. I will submit a proposal to the central government and submit it jointly with some people. Wu Quishan continued, As our soldiers and comrades, we fight on the front lines and shed our blood. We have the obligation to ensure the safety of their families. In my opinion, attacking and killing Fang Ping is not surprising. However, attacking and killing his family is something that cannot be forgiven and ignored. Since there are martial artists from the pill company involved, then we must investigate it thoroughly and not tolerate it. Fang Ping was a little speechless from the side. What are you saying? Why is killing me something that should be done? All right. Old Wu was on his side after all, so he would not argue any further. Zhang Minghong exhaled softly, looked at Wu Quishan deeply, nodded and said, All right, then we will cooperate with the government's action. You need to announce it to the public. Wu Quishan, don't go too far. Wu Quishan shook his head and said, to appease the people, CEO Zhang, you should know what I mean. Right now, everyone is watching and waiting for the results. If we don't announce it to the public, how can we appease the people? Zhang Minghong said coldly, All right, announce it to the public. I want to see if you can do whatever you want and do whatever you want. Even if the problem was found, could Wu Quishan bear the responsibility? Would he really disclose the situation to the public? Fang Ping, on the other hand, had no choice but to give up. He said indifferently, I can't even keep my life. Why would I care about this? At most, I'll die. Does CEO Zhang really think that I'll sacrifice myself for the so-called big picture? But if I die, some people won't have it easy either. What am I afraid of? A rank 6 came to kill me now. Who knows, maybe a rank 7 or 8 will come tomorrow. If they don't give me an explanation and a guarantee, who knows if my head will roll on the ground tomorrow? These days, I'll let Dean Li and the rest stay close to me to protect me. If I don't die, then I want the results to be fair and public. If the big picture is ruined, then it's not my responsibility. At most, I'll still die, no difference. With my injuries, I doubt if I can live to that day. Are you threatening us? No, I wouldn't dare either. The weak are prey to the strong. I'm only a rank 5 martial artist. How would I dare to threaten a rank 8 powerhouse? Don't talk about threatening you, even I'm scared. If my instructors get involved in this, will they be a burden? Maybe one day, MCMAU will be annihilated. That's not impossible. It's fine if I die, but if I drag MCMAU down, then I won't be able to rest in peace. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly stood up and bowed to the few MCMAU grandmasters, saying, Instructors, you don't have to get involved in this. I'll handle it myself. It's better for me to die alone than to drag everyone down. If my death can solve all the problems, then it'll be worth it. At this point, Fang Ping's eyes were filled with tears. He choked and said, I overestimated myself. With my rank 5 ability, I tried in vain to pry open some people's interests. How can I have a good ending? I should have guessed it earlier, and I should have understood it earlier. After I die, I hope the university will cancel some of the previous policy changes. The scale of pills and weapons will be reduced to what it was before. I've entered MCMAU and am indebted to your kindness. From today onwards, I hope that all instructors will take care of yourselves and not avenge me. After saying that, Fong Ping bowed deeply, wiped his tears, and said, "This matter is over. I won't pursue it any more. Instructors, please go back." Having said that, Fong Ping turned around and walked out. At this moment, everyone in the concourse had strange expressions on their faces. Although Fong Ping was putting on a show, it was not without reason. Everyone did not speak for a while, as if they were waiting for something. In the end, they waited and waited until Fong Ping was about to walk out, but Zheng Minghong still did not speak. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. This guy knew what he wanted, but he just did not give in. Now it was really difficult for him to back down. Seeing this, Zheng Minghong let out a cold humph. Naturally, he knew what Fong Ping wanted and what MCMAU wanted. However, did Fong Ping really think that he could get whatever he wanted just because he had something on them? Zheng Minghong could only say that he thought too much. Whether Fong Ping pretended to be crazy to gain sympathy or poke through the last layer of window paper, if the 2 major companies did not give in, what else could he do? Seeing that Fong Ping had fallen into a dilemma, Wu Quishan suddenly laughed and shook his head lightly. "Fong Ping, you've learned your lesson today, haven't you? Some things are not that simple. It's not something that you can get what you want just by saying a few words. If you want to fight for some benefits for MCMAU, if you want to do something that the predecessors could not do, you're still a little lacking. Your ability is also a little weak." Fong Ping suddenly turned around, a strange expression on his face. "Vice-Chancellor, you mean you're talking so much nonsense to them. You're just a rank 5 martial artist who would take you seriously. Reason can't be said out loud." Wu Quishan chuckled. "Also, don't treat me, the Vice-Chancellor, as trash. Take this opportunity to teach you. Sometimes when you need to be tough, you need to be a little tougher. If they don't give in, then snatch." Wu Quishan. Zheng Minghong suddenly had a bad feeling. Wu Quishan was famous for being a sinister person. Now that he suddenly said something like this, he felt that it was very inappropriate. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? Snatch. What a joke. Snatch what? Wu Chuan could not help but look at Wu Quishan. With a cautious expression, he said in a low voice, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, enough is enough." Wu Quishan laughed and nodded. "Of course. How about this? The rest of you leave first. I'll talk to the 2 bosses alone. How about that?" Fong Ping looked confused and said immediately, "Vice-Chancellor, I'll stay." Wu Quishan glanced at him and smiled. "All right, if you want to be MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, then stay. The rest of you, please leave first. There will be a conclusion to this matter." Wu Chuan and the others frowned. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? Not only them, Zheng Minghong and the others looked uncomfortable too. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? This sinister fellow was much harder to deal with than Fong Ping. He might not have done much recently, but all these years in MCMAU, when the old vice-chancellor was focused on school affairs, Wu Quishan had been handling the external affairs. No matter how cunning Fong Ping was, compared to Wu Quishan, he was still a little green. Moreover, his ability could not be mentioned in the same breath. Chapter 421. Following Wu Quishan's words, the concourse fell into silence again. It seemed like MCMAU was determined to join this conflict of interest this time. Everyone was not stupid. From the moment Fong Ping dragged the 2 major companies into this mess, everyone knew his intention. Almost everyone who had cultivated to this level was in a high position. No one was a fool. Could the Zheng Minghong duo not see it? They had seen it long ago. However, even if Zheng Minghong was forced by Fong Ping's words to the point of embarrassment, he still refused to give in. He did not want things to get worse. It was not a big deal for him to lose some imperishable substance and be mocked by a rank 5 like Fang Ping. Everyone present had the ability to swallow a spittle, except for a few who had a strong temper and could not take it. After a moment of silence, Wu Chuan said, "I can't stay either." He was the guardian of the South, one of the 4 main guardians. Although his qualifications were not too deep, he was a rank 9 powerhouse. Coupled with his identity as a guardian, he was definitely one of the higher-ups of humanity. Wu Quishan looked at him for a moment and laughed suddenly. "Since the guardian is willing to stay, that's fine too. Anyone here who wants to stay can. Of course, sometimes knowing too much might not be a good thing." There were still many smart people. After Wu Quishan said that, many of them did not waste any more time, getting up and walking out directly. Knowing too much might not be a good thing. Wu Quishan's so-called "take it if you don't give it." Where did he, a rank 8 martial artist and the vice-chancellor of a school, get the confidence to say this? Although the 2 CEOs of the 2 major companies were only rank 8 powerhouses, it did not mean that the 2 major companies only had this bit of foundation. As some people left, finally, there were only 8 people left in the concourse. The CEOs of the 2 major companies, Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, Fang Ping, Old Manly, Wang Jinyang, and the last person was Chen Yaoding. Seeing that Chen Yaoding stayed, Wu Quishan was slightly surprised, but he did not say much. If Chen Yaoding insisted on staying, then he would not chase him away. As for Wang Jinyang, if he wanted to stay, then it was up to him. Although Wang Jinyang's strength was average, and no one seemed to support him, in reality, he could also be seen as Nanjiang's representative. After the others left, Wu Quishan released his mentality abruptly, instantly setting up a layer of mentality barrier around the concourse. Zhang Minghong raised his brows slightly and said in a low voice, "Wu Quishan, what are you trying to say?" At this moment, Wu Quishan sat down with a faint smile on his face. He ignored Zhang Minghong and gestured for Fang Ping to sit beside him. After Fang Ping sat down, Wu Quishan chuckled. "You're too young." Sometimes one had to plan before taking action. Things couldn't be rushed. Actually, this matter could be planned slowly and waited for a while longer. Once we have evidence of Zhao Yu's collusion with the cult, we'll capture him and bring him to the Ministry of Commerce instead of negotiating with these 2 families. Do you know what I mean? There was no need to create too much of a commotion. There was no need for everyone to know about it. In order to calm things down, there were many things that could be discussed slowly. It's just selling some shares. What's the big deal? These shares of MCMAU are worth about 70 to 80 billion. For the 2 big companies, it's peanuts. Fang Ping nodded and said, "I just think it's too much of a waste of time. It's fine to waste some time. When it's time to endure, endure." Wu Quishan, this is not MCMAU. If you want to teach students, wait until we get back to MCMAU. Zhang Minghong frowned, looking dissatisfied. Wu Quishan chuckled and nodded. "All right, then I won't teach." "How about this? Zhang Minghong, Sun Liqing, buy back MCMAU's shares and some of Fang Ping's pill company shares. No cash. Just provide us with 200 billion worth of pills and weapons at cost price." The place was eerily quiet. What a joke. Fang Ping was also dumbfounded. Whitehead was very awesome. Was this what he meant by robbing? It was indeed robbing. 200 billion worth of pills and weapons, if sold by the 2 big companies, would probably be worth close to 1 trillion. This was even more awesome than robbing. However, the point was it enough to just say 1 sentence? Of course, Fang Ping knew that Wu Quishan definitely had this confidence. The key was where this confidence came from. With just those few shares of MCMAU, forget about providing 200 billion worth of resources at cost price. Fang Ping would feel that it was a profit, even if he gave 80 billion. Zhang Minghong sneered. "Wu Quishan, are you still dreaming? Or do you think that you're too free?" The weapons company's CEO, Sun Liqing, also chuckled. "Vice-Chancellor Wu, don't you think that's a little too much?" As he said that, Sun Licheng said again, "How about this? Now that things have come to this, MCMAU is destined to part ways with us. Since our ideals are different, we won't stop you. 20 billion for the shares. If you don't want cash, we can provide you with resources at market price of 50 billion. Vice Chancellor Wu, this is an exception. You should know that this price is already our limit." At this moment, the others had left. Sun Licheng was no longer the same as before. Actually, they could only negotiate when there were fewer people. Fang Ping had brought so many people over previously. It was not a good thing to force the two companies in front of so many people. Even if the two major companies wanted to compromise, they would never do so in front of others. Wu Quishan smiled and said, "No rush. Let me finish. 200 billion is nothing. Maybe after you hear me out, you'll think that 200 billion is too little." Zhang Minghong felt slightly uneasy. He said in a low voice, "All right, then I'd like to hear what you have to say." Fang Ping also looked curious. He did not say a word, waiting quietly. What would Wu Quishan say? Wu Quishan, on the other hand, looked calm and relaxed. He said lightly, "The species conservation plan. Maybe you can call it that. I don't know if you guys call it that. Is this enough?" When Wu Quishan said the first four words, Zhang Minghong and Wang Jinyang's expressions changed drastically. It was not just them. Wu Chuan's expression changed drastically too. He shouted suddenly, "Wu Quishan, how did you know?" "So you all know." Wu Quishan's faint voice sounded, saying playfully, "I speculated it. Do you believe me?" The three of them looked frighteningly grim. Beside them, Qin Yaoding, an old man, looked cold and solemn, not saying a word. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were slightly puzzled, but they seemed to have sensed that something was not right. Wu Quishan was still smiling playfully. He gently brushed the non-existent dust off his legs and laughed. 200 billion. We don't want more. Don't force us. We just want to take back what belongs to us. Also, MCMAU is not a beggar. If the two of you can't make the decision, then find someone who can." Zhang Minghong's expression was extremely cold and stern. He said sternly, "Wu Quishan, you must bear all the consequences of what you said." Bang! Wu Quishan suddenly slammed his palm down. The tea table beside him shattered instantly. At this moment, Wu Quishan's expression was equally cold. The bone-piercing chill turned the entire concourse chilly. "Of course, I will take responsibility. Even if I die, I will only die in the catacombs. I will never die on the run." Wu Quishan's words were powerful and resonant. Following that, he was suddenly enraged to the extreme. He said sinisterly, "We are sacrifices, but even if we were to be sacrificed, it will definitely not be for you. We are fighting for those humans who have been abandoned. We are fighting for ourselves. The evil sects are annihilated but not destroyed. Do those rank 9 paragons really care about the evil sects? All these years, do you really think that I know nothing? Don't force me. Really, please don't force us. Honest people have anger too. What are we fighting for at the front line? Tell me, who are we fighting for? For the so-called seeds and elites? Why?" Wu Quishan was enraged. A violent storm was brewing in the main hall. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang could not help but take a few steps back. How many of our martial arts university teachers and students have died? How many soldiers in the military department have lost their lives in the catacombs? Died in the catacombs? Buried in the catacombs? Now, we can't even satisfy our own cultivation. Why do we have to listen to you? Why? For a group of elites who have never entered the catacombs before. Ridiculous. There are some things that you shouldn't treat everyone as fools or idiots. Many people know about it, but they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. But I, Wu Quishan, am not afraid. Just because Fan Ping doesn't dare to do it and can't do it doesn't mean that I, Wu Quishan, can't do it. Both of you, 200 billion. This is the blood of martial arts, university instructors, and students. If anyone dares to say no, as long as I, Wu Quishan, am alive, don't blame me for disregarding the so-called big picture. At this moment, Wu Quishan was extremely domineering and domineering. Zhang Minghong and the others' expressions were also extremely ugly. Beside them, Chen Yaoting said faintly, just as I expected, "Fine, SCMAU won't rip you off. Both of you will share some techniques. SCMAU will produce and market itself in the future. And MAU too." Although Wang Jinyang did not know much about the inside story at this moment, it did not stop him from fighting for NMAU's interests. "Bastard!" Zhang Minghong yelled angrily. However, just as he finished speaking, a golden ray illuminated the sky and earth. A pair of iron palms slapped his head, soundlessly. Crack! A soft, faint sound was heard. Zhang Minghong's head caved in directly. His flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. He had completely become a skull. "Vice-Chancellor Wu!" Wu Chuan roared. Beside him, Sun Liqing was already terrified. He wanted to escape the place instantly. However, Wu Quishan retracted his hand with a chuckle. He said lightly, "A loose tongue can cause trouble." "How dare you, Zhang Minghong, yell at me, Wu Quishan? Ask your grandfather to come find me. Who do you think you are?" At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound on the skull. On the golden skull, some cracks appeared. In the next moment, flesh and blood grew. After a while, Zhang Minghong's appearance was restored, but his face was pale. Looking at Wu Quishan, Zhang Minghong smiled bitterly. "Wu Quishan, I underestimated you. The outside world says that you, Wu Quishan, are hard to reach rank 9. I don't think so." He did not dwell on the fact that his golden bones were cracked by Wu Quishan's palm earlier. His strength was not as good as Wu Quishan's. His words of "bastard" earlier had angered Wu Quishan. There was no use talking about these things now. As for killing him, Wu Quishan would not, nor would he dare. Moreover, Wu Chuan was still here. Wu Quishan could not kill him. Wu Quishan injured him with one palm. This matter could not be reasoned with, unless a fight to the death really broke out. Wu Quishan retracted his hand. Sun Liqing, who was about to escape, also stopped. His expression was uncertain. Wu Chuan only scolded him, but did not stop him. At this moment, he did not say anything either. Wu Quishan smiled, saying softly, "Rank 9 is naturally difficult, but even if you don't enter rank 9, people like you are still not worthy of my, Wu Quishan's, attention. Both of you, I've said everything that needs to be said. 200 billion worth of pills and weapons will be sent to MCMAU later. In the future, MCMAU will not provide any raw materials to the 2 major companies. Don't worry, I will only take back what belongs to MCMAU. I can't be bothered with other people. If you feel indignant, you can send someone to look for me, Wu Quishan. However, forget about the average rank 9. Send a rank 9 paragon. I, Wu Quishan, would also like to see how ruthless and cold-blooded a human rank 9 paragon can be." Zhang Minghong and Wu Quishan did not reply. Wu Chuan said coldly, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, things have not been decided yet. That is also the final plan." Wu Quishan sneered, saying playfully, maybe, "Of course, when the time comes, maybe I will also agree to this plan." However, are all martial arts university students going to become sacrifices? Some of them must be taken away. Wu Chuan took a deep breath, saying in a low voice, "I said it has not been decided yet. When the time comes, it will definitely not be what you think it is. Even a rank 9 paragon does not mean that it can be decided with just a word. If that is the case, I, Wu Chuan, will be the first to disagree. What's the use of your objection?" Wu Quishan was a little disdainful. Wu Chuan said coldly, "Do you think that in this world only you, Wu Quishan, is fearless? Of course, I, Wu Chuan, dare to too. Besides, most people don't agree, including Commander Li. Commander Li, Wu Quishan heard that and suddenly laughed. That's true. Let's wait and see then. Having said that, Wu Quishan turned his head to look at Fang Ping, chuckling softly. Kid, learn a little. What's the use of talking so much nonsense to them? Just snatch it. If they don't give it, then beat them up. After beating these grandsons into submission, you will naturally have it. Zhang Minghong did not say a word. Sun Liqing looked helpless, sighing. Vice-Chancellor Wu, there are some things that we are not doing for personal gain. You should understand. I understand. Of course I understand. Wu Quishan smiled faintly. I am unwilling, but it is not incomprehensible. However, no matter how much I understand, I cannot sit by and watch as MCMAU's instructors and students are destined to become sacrifices. Therefore, I am not asking for much. I am only taking back what belongs to MCMAU. Zhang Minghong's tone was cold and indifferent. You only think about MCMAU. Wu Quishan, don't you think that you are also very selfish? Selfish? Wu Quishan said faintly, yes, but so what? Everyone is human. Are the instructors and students of martial arts universities not part of the human race? Martial arts universities do not avoid battles, right? With resources and strength, we martial arts universities instructors and students will naturally fight to the end. Fight until the last person falls. I, Wu Quishan, will only die in the catacombs. I will never die in the vast universe. Wu Quishan's voice suddenly became louder. If I die, I will only die standing. Zhang Minghong did not speak anymore. Sun Liqing also remained silent. Wu Chuan said softly, Our generation will not kneel to live. Wu Quishan glanced at him and smiled faintly. Let's see how it goes. Goodbye. After throwing these words, Wu Quishan strode out directly. Fang Ping hurried to catch up. Wang Jinyang did not hesitate either, immediately following them and leaving. Qin Yaoting also stood up and walked out. His expression did not change, looking indifferent. After waiting for a few people to leave, Zhang Minghong suddenly exploded, saying angrily, Am I, Zhang Minghong, someone who kneels to live? Everything I've done, is it all for my own sake? Wu Quishan is righteous. He wants to be a hero. Am I a coward? Tian Mu called me a spy. Wu Quishan attacked me directly. What right do they have? If they have the ability to find those rank 9 paragons, they can ask for an explanation. Do they want to find me because I am easy to bully? Mother ***, I quit. Whoever wants to do it can do it. This trivial matter has nothing to do with me. They are too much. Sun Liqing glanced at him. After a while he said helplessly, Why didn't you say anything just now? Zhang Minghong said angrily, I can't beat him. What did I say? Wu Chuan swept a glance at him, saying helplessly, Don't tell me. I don't care about this. Also, what's going on with Zhao Yu? Zhang Minghong said angrily, How would I know? There are so many people in the pill company. Do I have to keep an eye on everyone? Wu Chuan's expression changed. He humphed. Try calling me again. Zhang Minghong shut up immediately. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Without another word, he soared into the air and disappeared instantly. Wu Chuan rubbed his temples. Sun Liqing saw this and said bitterly, Guardian, I'll leave too. MCMAU's side really dared to ask for an exorbitant price. Is Wu Quishan determined to eat us up? Wu Chuan humphed. Control your people. Without Fang Ping as a trigger, Wu Quishan would not have exploded. I'm warning you, people like us can die in a battle with the catacombs martial artists. We will never die in the hands of our own people. The next time people from the 2 major companies show up, I will execute all of you directly. Sun Liqing looked helpless. So many people. Forget it. There's no point in talking more. We can only strengthen our defenses. Right? Is Wu Quishan going to achieve rank 9? Wu Chuan shook his head. Peak rank 8. This sneaky guy broke through without a sound. He didn't even tell anyone. I'm warning you, don't provoke him. 3 years ago, the person who broke into Skygate City might be him. What? Sun Licheng was a little shocked. Then he suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, Then he has a rank 9 divine weapon? Wu Chuan nodded slightly, saying in a low voice, 3 years ago, a section of the Skygate tree's trunk was chopped off. If it's him, then he must have a rank 9 divine weapon. That's why I said, don't provoke this sneaky guy. Let Zheng Minghong admit defeat. If his grandfather really goes looking for trouble and gets beaten to death, don't blame us for not helping. This, Sun Licheng felt like he was about to break down. His days were getting harder and harder. The old was sinister, the young was cunning. If that sneaky old Wu Quishan really had a rank 9 divine weapon, a typical rank 9 might not be his match. Sun Licheng also rubbed his forehead, exhaling. I know. This old fellow is really tolerant. He's also really ruthless. Tolerant meant that Wu Quishan had not exposed his strength all this while. Ruthless meant that when the old vice-chancellor died in battle, Wu Quishan did not make a move and let the old vice-chancellor fight to the death. If he really had a rank 9 divine weapon, his strength would be extremely strong. If he made a move, one less person would die. Wu Chuan said in a low voice, I'm afraid he wants to achieve rank 9 and kill the Skygate City Lord. Sun Licheng's pupils contracted slightly. He said in understanding, No wonder. If it was really for this, then it was understandable. However, this time Wu Quishan had exposed many secrets as he was thinking. Wu Chuan suddenly laughed. He's trying to curry favor with Fang Ping. If he achieves rank 9, it's hard to say when. But Fang Ping, do you understand what I mean? Sun Licheng understood once again. He smiled bitterly. I understand now. No wonder this old fellow let Fang Ping do whatever he wants, then came out to cover for him. Mother asterisk her, this sneaky guy is really sinister. Fang Ping, that little bastard. He's probably crying tears of gratitude now. Later on, he'll have to work for him. That's hard to say. Wu Chuan laughed. Fang Ping is not a good person either. Suddenly, Wu Chuan slapped his thigh, frowning. I forgot to ask about something else. Too many things happened just now. He had forgotten to ask about Fang Ping's golden bones. There was also Wang Jingyang's matter. Now, these people had all disappeared without a trace. You go back first. These are my speculations. There's no need to report them. Sun Licheng nodded. I know. That old fellow knows that I'm a snitch. Who knows what he's thinking? If I die because of him, I won't even know who to look for revenge. Wu Chuan laughed again. It's good that you understand. Wu Quishan could take over as MCMAU's vice-chancellor. The old vice-chancellor handed MCMAU to him without worry before he left. It was not just because of his rank, 8 strength. The old vice-chancellor himself did not like to play these tricks. That did not mean that he did not understand these things. If he dared to fight to the death without worry, naturally he had the confidence. As long as Wu Quishan was around, MCMAU would not collapse. As for Fang Ping, who was pushed out now, before this kid achieved rank 8, don't say that MCMAU's surname was Fang. Chapter 422. On the street, Fang Ping kept staring at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan acted as if he did not see it. He said as he walked, Is there anything else? If not, we'll go back first. Don't. Let's have reunion dinner together. Fang Ping looked outside. It seemed to be past 12 o'clock. But it did not matter. It was good to have a meal and get to know each other. Old Wu was amazing. The rank, 8 Zheng Minghong, did not even have time to react. His head was smashed by a slap. Although he recovered later, his strength was really King terrifying. As he said that, Fang Ping whispered, Vice-Chancellor, about the seed conservation plan. Wu Quishan said disapprovingly, Didn't I say it before? The trend of a great war is getting more and more obvious. If it's a full-scale war, no one can be sure if humanity will perish. Leave some seeds and try to wander the galaxy. It's not a secret plan. Anyone can guess it. As Wu Quishan said that, he laughed. Even if it's not a big secret, this can only be done but not said. Do you understand? Fong Ping nodded. Yes. If it's said, some people will definitely feel hopeless and pessimistic. Some people will even feel resentful. It's normal. It's good that you understand. That's why even though many people know about it, they don't say it. Wu Quishan sighed softly. Many of the older generation are not afraid of death. But what about their descendants? Chen Yaoting, are you willing to let all your descendants die in the war? Chan Yaoting, who was walking at the side, said lightly, You have to leave too for me. Wu Quishan laughed. Did you hear that? That's why everyone knows. Even if they don't, many of them have guessed it. But Wu Quishan snorted coldly. However, according to my observation, many of them have never entered the catacombs. They're just a bunch of talented vitality bastards. Motherf asterisk her. There are so many martial arts university students. At the last moment, I'm afraid we can't take more than 1% with us. Wu Quishan cursed. He said, A lot of the major companies' resources have been wasted on them. They've opened up their supply, hoping that they can be stronger and survive. Actually, I'm not against this plan. It's better to be safe than sorry. When that time comes, how many of them can survive? Even if they lose their hometown, it's still better than being completely wiped out. But what I can't bear is that after so many years, we're still giving our all. Yet these people never consider our situation. A few years ago, we didn't have enough resources and gave them some. But now we have enough. Do you want us to be feed until they reach rank 8? Hearing that, Fong Ping said indignantly, Yes, that makes sense. I wasn't included. Wu Quishan was speechless. He snapped. Of course, I didn't have you in the past, but it's fine now. If you really want to run, I'll definitely bring you along. Chen Yaoting also said with a faint smile, Don't worry. At that time, no one will dare to stop your group of people if you want to leave. Even if they lose some of their original seeds, they won't give up on you. They wouldn't dare either. Wu Quishan smiled and said, Of course not. Wu Kuei, unless they run. They run. Unless they run, I run. Ping Wu Wu as I is. Ping is as I said. Ming Wang Kuei Long, he fong the long as he not. He, ti fong wu. Unless he ping hao. Rank 9 paragons. They will die if they don't care about them. Humans have to fight their way out if they want to survive. Even if they know that the higher-ups have arranged a way out, they won't consider running. How many of them can run? Earth is occupied. Where can they run to? Even if they give it their all, how far can they get from Earth? Fong Ping, don't think about it. It's not reliable. If you want to survive, you have to rely on your abilities. Try to improve. Wu Quishan was not optimistic about this plan. Many of the older generation powerhouses were not optimistic either. They only had 1 in 10,000 hope. Maybe they can find a place suitable for survival. Over the years, some top-notch powerhouses were looking for a suitable shelter. Some powerhouses crossed the universe and were still wandering in outer space. Could they find them? They could not. If they had the time, they might as well spend more time thinking of ways to defeat the catacombs. Fong Ping pursed his lips. Why should I run? I'm not running. I just want to get some benefits. Only a fool would run. On the ground, I have the confidence to survive. In outer space, I'll be a fish on the chopping board. I'll die just like that. This lousy plan can probably only appease the older generation top-notch powerhouses. In reality, it doesn't have much use. Wu Quishan was slightly surprised. He said in amusement, You can tell. It's so obvious. Fong Ping sneered. From what I see, the government is afraid that if those rank 9 paragons run away, others won't be able to survive. But these powerhouses, to be honest, if they really unite, it's enough to occupy the catacombs and become kings. The catacombs might not attack them. Rather than seeds, I think they're more like hostages. Of course, it's not that mysterious. The government will feed your family's descendants for free. You have to fight for humans. Really, it's understandable. I'm not jealous at all. If I become a rank 9 paragon and the government does this, I'll be at ease and feel better. Even if I know it might not be useful, it's better than doing nothing. Wu Quishan laughed involuntarily. Qin Yaoting laughed too. With this awareness of yours, you'll be good in politics too. Fang Ping said indifferently, "This is nothing." Don't the 2 vice-chancellors know? The vice-chancellor said this on purpose this time to get some benefits. If you really use it as a big blackmail, it's useless. If you provoke those rank 9 paragons and make them run away, I don't think you can clean up the mess. Wu Quishan said impatiently, "Do you really think I'm stupid? That's why I'm fighting for some benefits for MCMAU. Do I care about the others? The more capable you are, the more you can eat. 200 billion is actually nothing. After all, MCMAU has so many instructors and students. According to your plan, it will exceed 10,000 people. On average, give each person 20 million and we'll continue to work hard. What's wrong with that? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the government still has God knows how many resources they've hoarded. At the last moment, they'll have to take them all out. It's not strange for them to provide them for free. We'll take some in advance. It's nothing. Of course, it's only this time. Don't create any more trouble. You can cooperate with other martial arts universities. But remember, it's limited to a certain range. Before the major companies lower their prices, if you dare to use MCMAU's name to sell pills and lower the price, I'll kill you first. The major companies also have their own considerations. They're not our enemies. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded. I understand, but Fang Ping frowned slightly. They really have nothing to do with the evil sects? Wu Quishan said impatiently, What do you think? The evil sects are evil sections. The species conservation plan has nothing to do with the evil sections. The idea of the evil sects is different from the species conservation plan. According to the evil sects idea, it's actually integration. Not only the integration of the 2 worlds, but also the integration of races. Wu Quishan said coldly, integration of races. What a joke. When that time comes, I'm afraid that humans will really be extinct. Qin Yaoting also said coldly, naturally, the major companies have their own selfish motives. However, their selfishness is limited to a certain range. However, the evil sects are gambling with the future of the entire race. Therefore, don't mix the 2 together. If you encounter evil sects, you must kill them. The reason why we didn't go all out to annihilate them is mainly because it's not worth it. Qin Yaoting shook his head and said, Have you seen how many evil sects dare to attack ordinary people? They don't have the guts. These idiots only entertain themselves. They're limited to a small circle, fantasizing about becoming the master of the world. Of course, the fact that they haven't been completely annihilated has something to do with their higher-ups hiding too deeply. It's impossible for us to thoroughly investigate all the powerhouses just for a mere evil sect. That will cause a lot of trouble. The losses outweigh the gains. Vice-Chancellor Wu said that on purpose earlier. Zhang Minghong and the others dare not guarantee that there are no evil sects hiding on their side. If it really gets out of hand, it won't be easy to clean up. Oh, but I think it's better to kill more. These beasts dared to attack me. If I don't kill them, it won't be enough to appease the public's anger. Wu Quishan nodded. Of course. Don't worry, the government won't just let this matter go. Not only the government, I'm preparing to contact some martial arts university powerhouses to kill some of the fellows who have emerged. They've got guts. All these years, they didn't provoke martial arts universities, and martial arts universities couldn't be bothered with them. Last time it was Nanjiang's matter. You insisted on getting involved, and we couldn't be bothered. But it's different this time. They know that you're MCMAU's Martial Arts Society president, and they still dared to attack you. This time, if we don't kill a few of their high ranks, they'll really think that martial arts universities are easy to bully. Qin Yaoting laughed. Count me in. You don't say. I only know where a rank 7 guy is hiding. I couldn't be bothered before, but this time kill him, find a branch, and hang his head on it. If you want to die, just say it. Both of them were very arrogant when they spoke. Fang Ping's face was full of envy. If they had the ability, naturally they would be arrogant. As long as a rank 9 did not appear, martial arts university powerhouses could join forces and almost run amok. Even if it was a rank 9, if they were besieged by dozens or hundreds of grandmasters, they would still die. Unless the evil sect had a rank 9 paragon. Not to mention if they dared to make a move, the hidden rank 9 paragons might also make a move. Ability, it was still the law of the jungle. If they were powerful, even the evil sect would not dare to provoke them. Beside him, Old Man Li said lazily, "It's time to kill some to intimidate these people. We're the ones who kill them. They don't have the right to kill us. Just be obedient and be a rat. If they dare to come out, they're asking for it." Fang Ping glanced at him and said softly, "Instructor, take it easy. You don't even have the imperishable substance." Old Man Li glared at him. "I'm arrogant, so what?" Would the evil sect people dare to kill him? No, would they dare to provoke him? However, after thinking about it, it was not necessarily that they would not dare to. Old Man Li coughed softly and said, "Actually, the evil sect is also divided into 2 factions. One faction is a rat, and the other is not willing to be a rat. They're the crazier kind. When you meet these kinds of people, it's very difficult to scare them. The few that were killed last time were all from the crazier faction." Oh, Fang Ping did not ask further. He was not really concerned about this. After coughing softly, Fang Ping said softly, "Vice-Chancellor, this time the shares were sold for 200 billion. According to the proportion of shares, it shouldn't be a problem to get 15 billion from my 100 shares, right? 15 billion. This was the cost price. The market price was high, 3 to 5 times normal. In other words, the market price could be as high as 50 billion and above. According to past experience, the system valued pills and weapons at 70% of the market price. If it was calculated in this way, perhaps it could provide Fang Ping with more than 30 billion wealth. This was a shocking amount of money. Wu Quishan glanced at him. After a while he said, "What do you think?" "I think maybe 20 billion is not a problem," Wu Quishan sneered. Then he humphed and said, "Sell it yourself then." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "Don't do that, Vice-Chancellor. If worst comes to worst, I'll get the stuff and lend it to MCMAU. Give it to MCMAU. Fang Ping was speechless. Give my ass. If he gave it away, he did not know if the system would calculate these wealth points again. In the past, it was calculated. However, such a large transaction would cost tens of billions. However, this was not a good thing to say. After walking for a while, Wu Quishan said, "When the stuff is delivered, you get 5 billion. Why?" Fang Ping looked unwilling. Wu Quishan could not help but scold. "Because this belongs to my wife. Is that bit of energy essence of yours really worth so much money? I can buy it from the government." Fang Ping said sheepishly, "Aren't you divorced?" "My instructor gave it to me. Of course it's mine." "Your wife?" "Your wife divorced you and lived apart a long time ago. Old Wu is so shameless." Wu Quishan suddenly wanted to hammer him to death. This kid was really black-hearted. Beside him, Old Man Li coughed softly and said, "All right, that's about enough. It's useless even if you want so much. There are people who complain about having too much money." Fang Ping fell helpless. What did he say? Sai, forget it. 5 billion it was then. Maybe he could get more wealth points. Was there a billion? It was a pity that not all of it belonged to him this time. Otherwise, the system would definitely have to upgrade again. In this battle, he had used up a lot of wealth points. However, after forging the golden bones, his strength had increased a lot too. Fan Ping took the opportunity to look at his stats. Wealth, 8. 110 billion converted. Vitality, 820 calories. 5,500 calories. Mentality, 320 hertz. 879 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90% storage space. For cubic meters plus energy shield, 10,000 wealth points / minute this time. After the forging of the golden bones was completed, Fan Ping's strength had really skyrocketed. His vitality limit had increased by close to 700 calories. His mentality had also increased by tens of hertz. As for the consumption of wealth points, he would not have known if he did not look at it. Once he did, he was shocked. The consumption was close to 1 billion. After receiving the 600 million from the university, his wealth points had actually recovered to more than 9 billion. Fan Ping calculated carefully. Bone honing had cost about 200 million. The few outbursts after that, including the celestiality explosion that killed the peak rank 6, had cost about 200 to 300 million. Calculating it, it was a maximum of 500 million. However, at this moment, Fan Ping was still using vitality force to repair his injuries. Every second, more than 100 cal of vitality was consumed, which meant that every second was close to 100,000 wealth points consumed. 1 minute, that was 6 million. 1 hour, more than 300 million. Of course, Fan Ping did not need to do this all the time. But now that his golden bones were fully formed and his flesh was still crumbling, he had no choice but to maintain it. Fan Ping did not pay much attention to it before, but now he looked serious and said quickly, "Instructors, my injuries are more serious than I expected. The key is not that the injuries are too serious, but that my golden bones are fully formed. My physique is not good enough, and my flesh is constantly crumbling. Is there a way to solve this?" This was no longer a matter of the imperishable substance. The imperishable substance could help him recover from his injuries, but now his physique was not strong enough, and his flesh was still crumbling. He was in big trouble. As soon as he said that, the few people who saw that he was fine also looked solemn. Wu Quishan frowned and said, "Your physique is not strong enough?" "Yes." "Golden bones. You're always up to no good." Wu Quishan could not help but curse. Achieving golden bones in advance might not be a good thing. Only a peak rank SAXS physique could withstand 10,000 cal of vitality. Fan Ping was nowhere near that. Chan Yaoting couldn't help but frown. Enhance physique. Why don't we buy a few energy fruits to enhance physique? Wu Quishan shook his head and said, "It might not be useful. Furthermore, these things can't be bought. They are all hidden. Who would sell them? Try using the energy essence." "Fan Ping, do you have more?" Fan Ping said gloomily, "There's really nothing left." "Then let's trade." Wu Quishan exhaled and said, "Take a portion of your medicinal pills and trade for some. The pill company has them. They might not have it, but the government definitely has it. It's hard to buy it, but it's not impossible to exchange it. Even if you can't, you have to do it. This time, you were attacked in Nanjiang's jurisdiction. This matter is the government's responsibility. It's not a big problem to exchange some for healing. What I'm afraid of is that you might not be able to withstand the pressure of the golden bones. If that's the case, your flesh and blood will continue to crumble. How are you going to cultivate then?" Fan Ping could not help but look at Old Manly, asking, "Teacher, can I forge a semi-golden body in advance?" Old Manly muttered, "Your situation is different from mine. I wasn't a golden skeleton back then. How about this, kid? Throw some money." "Huh. Hire a few rank 8 golden body powerhouses to supply you with imperishable substance while bathing in energy essence. With 2 approaches at the same time, you should be able to forge a semi-golden body in advance." Fan Ping was stunned. He gulped and asked, "Is it expensive?" Hiring rank 8 golden body powerhouses to supply imperishable substance. Fang Ping could imagine that it was definitely not a small sum. However, if it could be solved with money, then it was not a problem. After all, he did not need much money now. Old man Li said nonchalantly, "How would I know? Under normal circumstances, death is death. How many people would hire a rank 8 to supply them with imperishable substance? Rank 8s value this stuff very much too. You can ask old Wu what price he's asking for." Wu Quishen's expression darkened. "I won't do this kind of thing." What a joke. It was really not a matter of money. It was very difficult to make up for it. This was also the foundation of a rank 8. He was even prepared to break through to rank 9. Lu Fengru was his wife last time, but Fang Ping was not. Moreover, Fang Ping was rich. It was not impossible to hire them. Although he said that, Wu Quishen still rubbed his chin and said, "If you really want to ask for a price, rank 8's offer won't be cheap. It doesn't have to be limited to the country. There are many rank 8's abroad too. It's not a big problem if one person has fewer input points. Find 7 or 8 people, then it won't be a problem. One person. Kid, the price is not low. If you let a rank 8 consume his foundation to help you, don't count on it without 10 digits. Fang Ping's face turned green. Stop joking. 10 digits. That was starting from 1 billion. If he hired 7 or 8 people, he would go bankrupt, including the energy essence bathing. That would be at least 10 billion. So, what these few people meant was that the gains from the shares this time would all be used to fill the hole. He, a rank 5 martial artist, spent 10 billion to forge a half golden body. If it could make a rank 7 and 8 go bankrupt, most rank 7s and 8s did not have this kind of assets. Wu Quishen saw that he was feeling the pinch and said indifferently, "Why don't you continue to be like this? It's nothing anyway, you won't die. Honestly, even if your flesh and internal organs are all shattered now, and you become a skeleton, you still might not die. Why don't you try?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. He was not going to try. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Vice-Chancellor, if I forge a half golden body, does that mean I don't need to hone my meridians and flesh anymore?" Nonsense. Forging a half golden body is a form of honing and remodeling. Of course, you don't need to. That means stepping into peak rank 5 in one step. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he might not lose out. Beside him, Old Man Li interrupted. "Even if you step into peak rank 5, the problem is still serious." What's wrong?" Old Man Li muttered. "Your golden bones are formed. You forged a half golden body, and your mentality is extremely strong. Kid, sealing your Sanjiao gate might cause a lot of trouble." "Does sealing the Sanjiao gate have anything to do with these?" "Of course." Old Man Li explained, "The so-called sealing of the Sanjiao gate is to seal the energy in your body so that it won't leak. Vitality force, mentality, bone marrow force, and golden bone force are all your energy. When others are in rank 6, they only need to seal their vitality force and weak mentality. What about you? You want to seal all of these energies and bring them into the Sanjiao gate. You can imagine how difficult it is." As Old Man Li said that, he suddenly laughed. "Take your time, kid. Even if I achieve rank 9, you might not be able to seal your Sanjiao gate. You're done for. If you weren't so strong previously, you might not even need that long to seal your Sanjiao gate." Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. "Don't tease me." Wu Quishen, who was beside him, added, "It's really possible. Sealing your Sanjiao gate is actually sealing your own energy. However, if you seal it, your Sanjiao gate will accumulate even more energy. The power of your self-detonation will be very strong." Old Man Li continued, "His celestial bridge is strong too. The power of his self-detonation is also strong. When the time comes when they self-detonate together, it won't be a problem to kill a rank 7. Chun Yaoding said thoughtfully, coupled with a half-golden body. Maybe he can get someone to cooperate and try to blow up a rank 8. This kid might not be able to achieve rank 8, but if he blows up a rank 8, it's worth it. The few of them chimed in one after another. Fong Ping's expression darkened, cursing under his breath. Who's going to self-detonate? Am I stupid? If I really seal my Sanjiao gate, achieving rank 8 in a day and rank 9.5 a month, why would I self-detonate? As soon as he said that, the few of them who were discussing animatedly just now suddenly quietened down. Old man Li looked embarrassed. He was really worried now. Would this kid achieve rank 8 earlier than him? Although the Sanjiao gate was sealed, the stronger the force, the harder it was to seal. However, the stronger the force, the stronger the body. Actually, it was also helpful in sealing the gate. It might not really take up much time. As they were discussing animatedly, Wang Jinyang, who was at the back, felt that he should leave. He kept feeling that he was behind the times. Will I really revive? Wang Jinyang was feeling a little eager. If he did not revive with his current progress, even if he was 10 times faster than the average person, compared to this bastard Fong Ping, there was still a huge gap. He might not need long to spend money to achieve peak rank 5. People had already started discussing hiring 8 to 10 golden body powerhouses to forge his golden body for him. Chapter 4:23. After chatting for a while, under Fong Ping's enthusiastic invitation, the few of them were indeed a little tired, so they went to Fong's house together. Along the way, Fong Ping met a few Sun City martial artists. He asked for a military coat and wrapped himself up tightly. He was also wearing leather gloves on his hands. Fong Ping felt a little helpless at his ghostly appearance. When he went upstairs, he said enviously, "Zheng Minghong is so awesome. He smacked me into a skull and recovered, just like that. You can do it, even if you reach the 8th rank." Wu Quishan said casually. Fong Ping teased, "Teacher Li can't." Old man Li did not utter a word. He reached out and gently patted Fong Ping's head, squeezing it until it creaked. The others were not surprised. Fong Ping asked for it. Since he had nothing better to do, he had to make fun of Li Chongqing. When Fong Ping knocked on the door, none of his family members were asleep, nor were they in the mood to sleep. His parents heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Fong Ping was back. Fong Yuan also ran around Fong Ping happily. His family did not know anyone else, but Old Man Li and the others had seen him before, so they knew him. When Li Weiying saw Old Man Li, she guessed that the teachers from her son's school had arrived. She hurriedly greeted them and entered the kitchen to start cooking. They had prepared a lot of food for the New Year's Eve dinner, but none of them had eaten it yet. Wu Quishan and the rest did not stand on ceremony. Other than Wang Jinyang, everyone present was older than Fong Ping's parents, including Tang Feng. He looked young, but he was already 50 years old. Fong Ping chuckled when he saw Fong Yuan running around in circles. Honestly, the species conservation plan isn't a bad idea. Wu Quishan glanced at him. Fong Ping said softly, "When that time comes, I want my family to go there too." He wouldn't run away himself, but his family, who didn't have selfish motives. Doesn't he want his family to be safe? Previously, when Wu Quishan was indignant, Fong Ping actually felt unhappy too. But now that he thought about it, if he didn't give himself some benefits, he might not be able to fight to the death. Wu Quishan said softly, "Even if it's really carried out, there's still hope for your sister, but the others—" He didn't say much. He couldn't bring too many people with him. Fong Yuan still had a chance. Fong Ping's parents were old and would not take her away. Fong Ping smiled and did not say anything. After chatting for a while, Li Weiying brought the dishes to the table. Fong Ping suddenly asked, "Dad, do we have wine at home?" "Yes, I'll get it." Fong Mingrong, who was feeling a little uneasy, stood up hurriedly to get the wine. Fong Ping did not stop him. After his father left, he sighed and said, "I'll just drink some wine. I don't know if it will leak." Cough, cough! When they thought of his situation, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Fang Yuan, who had just joined them, asked curiously, "What's leaking?" Fang Ping pointed his chin at Wang Jinyang and chuckled. "I'm talking about your brother Wang. He has a big hole in his stomach. His food leaks when he eats." Wang Jinyang did not say a word, let alone second brother. After teasing him for a while, Fang Ping said seriously, "Vice-Chancellor, Brother Wang has revived the imperishable substance earlier." The few experts instantly looked at Wang Jinyang, but Wang Jinyang remained silent. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, "Has it really revived?" "Yes." "Interesting." Wu Quishan frowned and said, "In that case, the ancient powerhouses have really revived." Qin Yaoding did not really understand the situation. Fang Ping saw his confusion and explained a little. After hearing this, Qin Yaoding was shocked. The ancient powerhouses have revived? He knew more and more things on this trip today. Some things that he was not sure about before were now confirmed. Some things that he knew nothing about before were now known. As Chen Yaoding said this, he suddenly said, "SCMAU has mutated martial artists too." The few of them looked at him. Chen Yaoting exhaled and said, "It's an instructor, a rank 5 instructor. There's a partial mutation. His hand bone has mutated, similar to Fang Ping, producing golden bones." "Golden bones?" Wu Quishan said in a low voice. "Only the hand bone has golden bones." "Yes, this partial golden bone transformation is actually very rare." Chen Yaoting explained, "I was still puzzled before. Under normal circumstances, the whole skeleton must be golden. This kind of golden bone transformation is completely illogical. After all, the skull is not golden. How can it mutate alone?" "Now that I think about it," Chen Yaoting knocked on the table and said thoughtfully, "maybe it's the effect of the imperishable substance. Their essence is golden body powerhouses, so it's not strange for partial mutation to happen." "Rank 5?" Wu Quishan asked. "These people mutated at different times. Is there something different about them?" Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong seemed to have mutated since they were young. Yao Qingjun was probably the same. It was only when his mentality reached external projection that rank 4 became prominent. Huang Jing continued, "Could it be related to the strength of their strength when they were alive?" "It's possible. Wang Jinyang and the others have a complete mutation. Does it mean that their strength is stronger than rank 8 when they were alive? Was Fang Ping stronger when he was alive?" The few of them were having a lively discussion. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were speechless. Could they not talk about when they were alive? Those who did not know better would think that they were dead. Fang Yuan was confused. She had no idea what they were talking about. She nudged Fang Ping lightly and whispered, "Brother, what are they talking about?" Fang Ping laughed suddenly and whispered, "They're talking about our ability to produce money. It's the ability to earn money. Your brother's ability to earn money is the strongest, understand?" Fang Yuan seemed to understand, but she did not ask in detail. She asked again, "Brother, can I break through and become a martial artist now?" Fang Ping frowned slightly and smiled. "There's no rush. Do you really want to stay this small?" As they were talking, Wu Quishan suddenly said, "Actually, it's not impossible to break through earlier. When the bones in the body contain some energy essence, the bones can continue to grow after the breakthrough." Fang Ping, you might not know this, but many of the young people in the species retention program are trained this way. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. How extravagant. All for breaking through and becoming a martial artist a few years earlier and using energy essence to nourish the bones. This was also because these people's ancestors were top-notch powerhouses. To appease these top-notch powerhouses, the government really spared no effort. Of course, it might not have been provided by the government. It might have been provided by these powerhouses themselves. Won't they explode? Energy essence is very gentle. High-ranked martial artists can usually seal this essence in their bones. When the time is right, it will naturally seep out and continue to nourish the bones. Wu Quishan said, then added, "Of course, the cost is not small. It's not really worth it. Breaking through a few years earlier might not be very beneficial. However, people were rich and willful. 4 top-notch powerhouses. Sometimes they could still obtain a lot of energy essence. It was not difficult for these powerhouses to kill rank 9 monster plants." Fang Ping glanced at Fang Yuan and smiled. "We'll talk about it later. There's no rush. Right, Vice-Chancellor, those people, are they strong?" "They're all right." Wu Quishan actually did not know too much, but after some thought he still said, "I've met a few of them before. How should I put it? They're powerhouses as elders. They don't lack natural treasures since young. In addition to breaking through earlier, their ranks are not considered low. It's not uncommon to see rank 5 and 6 around 20 years old." "Of course," Wu Quishan smiled again. "Don't worry. No matter how talented they are and how they have elders to nurture them, it's not that easy to enter rank 7. It's difficult to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. If I meet you guys, it's not difficult to hack a few rank SXS to death. Don't take it too seriously. If they haven't reached rank 7, even if they achieve mentality-vitality fusion, it's nothing. Tang Feng alone can destroy a group. However, these people lack some actual combat experience. Actually, there are some powerhouses who don't want their descendants to become vitality martial artists. Some of them are still training in the catacombs." As he said that, Wu Quishan said faintly, "I even suspect that some of them may be training in the restricted area." Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Beside him, Wang Jinyang could not help but say, "Restricted area?" Fang Ping turned his head and glanced at him, full of sympathy. He sighed and said, "Brother Wang, NMAU is so pitiful. Forget it. I'll send you some information later." Wang Jinyang's face turned green. "Do you have to hurt me like this?" "But NMAU is really pitiful." He did not know much about the things they discussed. He did not even know what the restricted area was. After chatting for a while, Fang Mingrong brought out a box of alcohol. Most low-ranked martial artists would not drink alcohol. Aspiring martial artists would not even eat snacks. However, at Fang Ping's level, it did not matter anymore. When his internal organs were honed to this level, he would even dare to eat steel. Although everyone had reached the point where they would not starve to death even if they did not eat, at this moment, they did not care about this. As they ate and drank, Fang Ping stood up and raised his glass. "To all the instructors. Today, because of my matter, the instructors came to my rescue from thousands of miles away. I, Fang Ping, will never forget this kindness. I hope that every year we'll have this day, we can all have a reunion and have a New Year's Eve dinner. Humanity will win." Everyone raised their glasses, each in deep thought. As for Fang Ping, after toasting the instructors, he toasted his parents. Finally, he raised his glass and clinked it with Wang Jinyang, smiling. "Today, you risked your life to save me. I won't say any polite words. When Tiannan's catacombs open, I'll accompany you." "Thank you. It's my duty." Both of them clinked glasses. Beside them, Fang Yuan also raised her small glass of juice. As she clinked glasses with Fang Ping, she asked, "Brother, what's the catacombs?" Fang Ping smiled. "It's the evil sect martial artists' base camp. These guys attacked me this time. Your brother is not someone to be trifled with. In a few days, when I'm strong enough, I'll kill them until rivers of blood flow." "Oh, right, don't tell anyone, understand?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded heavily. She gritted her teeth and said, "When I get stronger, I want to go to the catacombs and kill people too." As soon as she said that, Fang Ping slapped her on the head and said exasperatedly, "Just stay at home and be at ease. Why should I kill anyone? Your brother is still alive. Do I need you to vent my anger on my behalf?" At this moment, he did not mind revealing some information to his parents and sister. At this time, Fong Ping felt that it would not take long before everyone knew about this. He said that it was the evil sect's base camp. Perhaps the government would publicize it as such. Fong Ping was beginning to suspect that the evil sect still existed. Was it to be used as a scapegoat? When the catacombs powerhouses came out, they destroyed the city and killed the people. It was the evil sect's scapegoat. When the catacombs appeared, it was the evil sect's scapegoat. In short, bad things and unexplainable things were the evil sect's problem. This way, many problems could be simplified. Fong Ping thought about it. The probability of the government publicizing it as such was not small. At the same time, some rank 1 and 2 martial artists could also seek out evil sect members for training. Killing them was easier than killing catacombs martial artists. For a moment, Fong Ping had a deeper thought. Evil sect. Was it someone who created it on purpose? Taking some martial artists with impure intentions to the evil sect and giving them a base camp to get rid of impurities? To be honest, Fong Ping had always thought that human martial artists were overly pure. Whether it was martial arts university powerhouses, military department powerhouses, or powerhouses from other worlds, most of them were really good people. Everyone was united. Even if there were internal disputes, it would rarely erupt into large-scale battles or internal strife. It was not only because of the catacombs' existence. Perhaps the evil sect's existence played a certain role. Some martial artists with bad intentions might have been taken away by the evil sect. If that's the case, then it'll be interesting. Fong Ping murmured in his heart. Perhaps the government now had the most detailed list of evil sect martial artists. When the time came for a war, the government would act instantly and destroy all the evil sect martial artists. When that time came, they would not have to worry too much about internal problems among humans. Some of the evil sect higher-ups, who thought that they were well hidden, might have been targeted long ago. Thinking deeper, if the Pope who came in the end was a spy sent by the human higher-ups, Mother Asterisker, it was exciting just thinking about it. It might not be impossible. Fong Ping shook his head. The powerhouse's thoughts were very complicated. Compared to them, he was a greenhorn. Even if he added some life experience from his past life, there was no way he could compare to these people. If these top-notch people with high positions were to use tricks, Fong Ping would be far from being their match. That night, Fong Ping drank a lot. No leaks. His internal organs were still there. As the alcohol entered his stomach, it was automatically digested. However, Fong Ping was still a little drunk. This time, the evil sect martial artist attack on him involved a lot of things. Some information that he did not understand before was presented in front of him one by one. This included Wu Quishen's strength. According to Old Man Li, when he was drunk, Old Wu was much stronger than Zhou Dinghua. As for Zhou Dinghua, he fought 1 against 3 in the catacombs. Although he was almost killed, he still held on for a long time. There were a few rank 9 deputy commanders in the military department. Zhou Dinghua became a deputy commander with his rank 8 strength. He really could not be underestimated. As for Wu Quishen, he was much stronger than Zhou Dinghua. Wu Quishen was previously ranked 129 in the global Golden Body ranking and 12th in Sino Nation. This ranking was not considered low. As for Zhou Dinghua, he was previously ranked 62 in the world and 8th in Sino Nation. Wu Quishen was much stronger than him. Would that not mean that he was at least one of the top 5 rank 8s in Sino Nation? The Vice-Chancellor of CCMAU was currently only ranked 3rd in Sino Nation. Could Old Wu be stronger than the other party? Wu Quishen ignored Old Man Li's words and pretended not to hear him. No matter how strong a rank 8 was, it was still a rank 8. Moreover, so what if he was the first rank 8? Yes, it might not be a problem for a rank 8 to fight against a typical rank 9. However, defeating did not mean killing. Killing a rank 9 was not something that could be done just by being slightly stronger. For a rank 8 powerhouse to kill a rank 9, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Chun Yaoting was the first rank 7, but for him to kill a rank 8 powerhouse was also as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even a dabbler like Old Man Li might not be able to kill him. However, if it was Zhang Minghong, it might not be impossible. Perhaps old Zheng was not that weak. There were not many rank 8s who were really weak. However, Zheng Minghong had not entered the catacombs for many years. He had been staying in the pill company. If not, he would go to the capital city catacombs for a stroll. These few years, there were indeed very few opportunities to fight. As for Chun Yaoting, over at the South Capital Catacombs, this old man often went there. He had even ambushed and killed a few catacombs, rank 7s. If not for that, it would have been difficult for him to become the first rank 7. Other martial arts university vice-chancellors had a few divine weapons, but he had one. Other martial arts university vice-chancellors had a few egg-sized energy stones that they could take out as they pleased. Unless it was the school's public funds, they really did not have many private funds. Old Qin had one too. As for Old Wu, Fong Ping paid more attention to him. This white-haired old man would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat next time. He would be more careful. Snake King, Fong Ping muttered in his heart. He did not understand this nickname before. Now he had a slight impression of it. Mad Lion, Longevity Sword, Snake King, Unconquerable Wu. Fong Ping thought of many things. These fellows all had coquettish nicknames. What nickname should he give himself that would be domineering enough? Celestial Emperor, Saber King, God of War. Fong Ping muttered the latter part of the sentence aloud. Beside him, Wang Jinyang, who was also a little drunk, laughed in a half-drunk and half-sober manner. A nickname? How about Skeleton Ping? Get lost. Fong Ping cursed under his breath. You're the Skeleton King. Speaking of which, who was this fellow old Wang in his past life? At this moment, Fong Ping also felt that these people were all ancient powerhouses who had been resurrected. I wonder if there are any ancient powerhouses who have known my name resurrected. Chapter 424. February 14th, the first day of the new year. On this day, early in the morning, the Nanjiang governor's office held a press conference to briefly explain what happened last night. There was no doubt that the cultists were running rampant, intending to destroy the stability of society and create chaos on New Year's Eve. MCMU Fong Ping and NMAU Wang Jinyang stepped forward bravely and killed these evil cult members. Similarly, on this day, the Sino rank 5 ranking list was updated. First place, Fong Ping. Today was the end of the new year, and Fong Ping would only be 20 years old after the new year. Fong Ping, 20 years old, Secretary General of MCMAU's University Council, President of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, Honorary Commander of Sun City, Sophomore student of MCMAU. These were Fong Ping's identity information. Battle record. February 13th, 2010. Killed a peak rank 6 martial artist, a middle stage rank 6 martial artist, and an early stage rank 6 martial artist. Wang Jinyang also entered the list and instantly entered the second place. Wang Jinyang, 21 years old, Honorary Deputy Governor of Nanjiang, President of NMAU Martial Arts Society, Junior Student of NMAU. Combat record. February 13th, 2010, fought with a peak rank 6 martial artist and survived. Compared to Fong Ping, Old Wang's battle record paled in comparison. However, those who knew about it all knew how terrifying such a battle record was. For an early stage rank 5 martial artist to survive a fight with a peak rank 6 martial artist, this was the biggest miracle. Fighting didn't mean running away. If he really wanted to escape, it wouldn't be worth writing about. These two geniuses of this generation had truly displayed their invincibility this time. A rank 5 defeating a rank 6. The culprit was still a peak rank 6. Even if the evil sect martial artists were slightly weaker, at the stage of peak rank 6, no matter how weak they would not be that weak. Prodigies were also human. It was very difficult for someone to surpass so many ranks to kill the other party. Fang Ping's current strength was displayed as a middle stage rank 5. Wang Jinyang was only an early stage rank 5. Capital city. Killed a peak rank 6. When Li Hansong saw the list, the only thought that came to his mind was that these lunatics were crazy to the extreme. CCMAU is really too comfortable. No, I'm too comfortable. Li Hansong dared not imagine. Would he be able to keep his life if he encountered a peak rank 6? Not to mention killing him. It would be his greatest luck if he didn't die. What a terrifying fellow, Li Hansong mumbled. Then he steeled his heart. He couldn't go on like this. He would be left further and further behind. Therefore, right after New Year's Eve, Li Hansong put on his iron boxing gloves and went down to the catacombs. The reason why an expert was strong was not purely due to talent. No matter how talented one was, it did not mean that one would definitely become a powerhouse. How many people could be like Li Hansong? When they saw the ranking list, their first thought was to catch up and not be left behind. Almost without hesitation, they went to the catacombs to fight. Similarly, there were others. Yao, Chengjun, one man and one saber, began to venture deeper into the catacombs. The other schools' rank 4 and 5 powerhouses walked out of their homes one after another. This year could not be any better. Martial arts university students might not be strong in the 3 lower ranks, but no matter how weak the 3 middle ranks prodigies were, they would not be that weak. Even the martial artists of the military department, who had been fighting all year round, might not be stronger than them. These young prodigy martial artists had also fought their way out of thousands of ordinary people. The number of times they had fought in the catacombs was no less than those military department martial artists. Everyone else had set off for the catacombs, but some people had not received the news. Somewhere in the suburbs of Shanghai, Qin Fengqing was lazily basking in the sun. The sun was really nice today. It was the new year. What was the point of watching TV or surfing the internet? He, Qin Fengqing, would not do such things. He was already at peak rank 4. Later, he would think of a way to get some energy stones, mutate his celestial bridge, and enter rank 5. There was no reason for Fang Ping and the others to leave him far behind. As for his phone, he had switched it off. If he did not, there would be people harassing him every day. He was not in a hurry to go to school either. He did not know if Big Lion and the others were still in school. If they were, he would be walking into a trap if he went. I'll stay at home for a few more days and rest. Then I'll go find Fang Ping to mine in the catacombs. These people were busy catching up and advancing. Fang Ping was busy too. The moment the ranking list came out, Fang Ping was busy. Give me a title. Celestial Emperor or God of War or Saber King. What do you guys think? The members of the Martial Arts Association who received the call were on the verge of breaking down. Early in the morning, they received a call from Fang Ping. This powerhouse who had just killed a peak rank 6 martial artist yesterday was calling the Martial Arts Association. It was considered a big deal. The person in charge of the association who stayed behind to take the call personally. In the end, after understanding Fang Ping's purpose, the other party really had the urge to die. This was the first powerhouse on the list to call and ask for a title since the ranking list came out. The key was that this thing was not decided by them. The ranking list was actually made by the government. It was just that the Martial Arts Association was in charge of updating, operating, and correcting some mistakes. Titles were not given out casually. This thing could be said to be useful, but it was actually useless. However, powerhouses who received a title were definitely top-notch powerhouses of the same rank. Fang Ping was currently the first among rank 5. Logically speaking, it was fine to give one. However, how could he decide it himself? This thing was publicly recognized. If many people called it, then it would be recognized. The other party stuttered for a long time, unable to give an accurate answer no matter what. Finally, Fang Ping hung up the phone, helplessly. After he hung up the phone, the person in charge of the Martial Arts Association was so happy that he almost cried. If he was entangled by Fong Ping any longer, he would also break down. Regarding Fong Ping asking for a title, the others were not surprised. At this moment, everyone was downstairs at the Fong residence. Wu Quishan waited for him to hang up the phone. He did not harp on this and said, "We'll go back first. I'll invite rank 8 martial artists to solve your problem as soon as possible. However, if you do that, you'll probably lose all your gains this time." Fong Ping sighed and said helplessly, "With a cost price of 5 billion, I can sell it for at least 12 to 15 billion, right? The market price might even exceed 20 billion. That's it." Wu Quishan said lightly, "You need to prepare at least 200 grams of energy essence. It might not be enough. 300 grams is about right. If you want to exchange for this from the government, you'll have to give away at least half of your 5 billion share. As for the rest, hiring some rank 8s should be enough." Fong Ping nodded helplessly. "All right then. How long will it take for the 2 major companies to send it to us?" "About 3 days, including the time needed to gather a few rank 8s. It'll take at least 5 days. After 5 days, you'll return to MCMAU and train your body." 5 days. Fong Ping calculated for a while. During this period, he could only rely on wealth to restore vitality. It would consume at least 1 or 2 billion wealth. Thinking about it, Fong Ping's heart ached. This time, he had really suffered a huge loss. If it were not for the evil sect causing trouble, his original plan was to enter the Magic City catacombs first, mine, accumulate and wait until he achieved peak rank 5 before honing the last 3 golden bones. This way, he should be able to withstand the activation of the golden bones. In the end, man proposes, God disposes. Now, with this mess, although he might achieve peak rank 5 in advance, the consumption was too great. Fine, if I don't lose the child, I won't be able to catch the wolf. Fong Ping sighed. Using money to exchange for ability, and time was worth it, but it was really too much. Rank 7s and 7s could not afford to spend so much money. Otherwise, rank 8s would not accept employment. Rank 9s probably could not afford it either. Wu Chuan, that pauper, had a net worth of 10 billion? Unless he sold his divine weapon to see if he could gather so much money. Wu Quishan did not say much. In the next moment, he performed the flight step and disappeared directly. The others also performed the flight step and followed. At their level, driving a car or taking a plane was too troublesome. They might as well fly back directly. "Goodbye, instructors. I'll miss you all." Fong Ping said some polite words, but they turned a deaf ear to him. "Miss my A***s. Every time this kid missed them, nothing good came out of it." After sending off the MCMAU instructors, Qin Yaoding was also sent off at the same time. The old man did not say much, but the way he looked at him was a little unfriendly. His expression said that if Fong Ping dared to be a heartless man, he would dare to hack Fong Ping to death. Fong Ping was very conflicted. This time, Qin Yaoding also had a lot of gains. SCMAU had also built its own production line. Of course, SCMAU's gains were limited. In addition to some secret recipes and technical problems, the production cost was much higher, but this was a good start. Having a self-built production line was the foundation of a famous university. In the past, only CCMAU, MCMAU, and FMS had it. Now SCMAU had it too. As for whether the higher-ups would agree, Qin Yaoding did not think it was a big problem. He was about to achieve rank 8. Once he became a rank 8 golden body martial artist, SCMAU's status would rise. Nowadays, there were not many martial arts universities with golden body powerhouses. CCMAU, MCMAU, Sino Nation Martial Arts University, and First Military School all had rank 8 golden bodies. 9 States Military School actually had one too, but it was more in name only. The rank 8 of the other party was only the honorary vice-chancellor of the school. In reality, he was mainly in charge of the military department. If Chun Yaoting broke through to rank 8, then SCMAU status as a famous university would be stable. As for NMAU, although Wang Jinyang had mentioned this, the chances of getting permission were not high. Still, if it was done in Nanjiang's name, then there was still hope. Amidst the chaos, Fang Ping sent these people away. Wang Jinyang had also gone home a long time ago. Back home, his parents were quietly packing. Yesterday's battle had made them see many things clearly. It was hard to leave their homeland. However, no matter how reluctant they were, it was time to go. Their son had a villa in Magic City that had been renovated. In the past, Fang Mingrong and his wife thought it did not matter whether they moved or not. But now their enemies were at their door. If they did not leave, were they supposed to let their son stay at home every day? As they were packing, Fang Yuan was also on the phone. Actually, she was also very reluctant. Her shop had just opened, and she had thousands of sisters here. However, in the battle yesterday, her brother was almost killed. She could still see it. Wang Jinyang was beaten until his stomach was penetrated. What about her brother? Until now, he was still wearing a military coat and leather gloves, covering himself up tightly. Fang Yuan wanted to take a look, but Fang Ping slapped her a few times. Fang Yuan cried so hard that Fang Ping thought he had hurt her. Little did he know that his sister was not stupid. She had already guessed that he must have been seriously injured and dared not show her. Xiaoling, I'll be in Magic City in a few days. Remember to call me when you miss me. Xiaoyu, I'll leave the matters in the society and the company to you. From now on, contact me through the phone and the internet. Yes, my brother is the first among rank 5. My brother said that I can become a martial artist soon. When that time comes, I'll also be on the list and get first place. Remember to look at the list. Fang Yuan's phone call lasted for a long time. Fang Ping, on the other hand, sat on the balcony with the broken window, looking outside. It was hard to leave one's homeland. If one day not only did humans have to leave their homeland like Sun City, but even Earth as well, what would that feel like? The more I know, the more I'll understand how insignificant I am. Once upon a time, he had thought that becoming a martial artist was a great thing. However, at this moment, so what if he was a rank 9? So what if he was at the top? The species conservation plan had allowed Fang Ping to see through too much. Those powerhouses at the top were also somewhat pessimistic. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Ping gathered with Wu Zhihao and the others and had a few drinks. They talked about life and the future. These people were not considered weak among their peers. Wu Zhihao and the others had received 10 million from Fang Ping previously. They had been cultivating diligently. Now, they had all entered middle stage rank 1. Upper stage rank 1 was not far away. However, Fang Ping did not feel much about this realm. They had hopes of entering rank 2 in the second semester of their sophomore year. When they graduated, they might be able to reach rank 3. In the past, in martial arts universities, especially normal martial arts universities, rank 3 graduates were synonymous with elites. Now, what was the use of rank 3 strength? However, after this, the energy concentration between heaven and earth would increase, and the supply to each school would increase. Everyone's cultivation speed would increase. Those who could get into martial arts universities, especially martial arts university students from normal families, were actually quite talented. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Perhaps these people would have greater breakthroughs. Nanjiang's catacombs had also opened. If they entered the catacombs, these people might have some fortuitous encounters. This was also something that was hard to say. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Ping's aunt and her family came to Sun City. Fang Ping did not give much care to his aunt and her family. The only thing he gave them were 2 houses in Sun City. Whether they sold it or kept it, they could do whatever they wanted with the 2 houses. His cousins were still young, so Fang Ping only gave them some normal vitality pills and nothing else. Sometimes, being ordinary was not necessarily a bad thing. Fang Ping was gathering and saying his goodbyes. His parents and Fang Yuan were the same. The Fang family was moving away. Actually, many people in Sun City knew about this. On New Year's Eve, Fang Ping had announced this to the public. The people of Sun City did not know if they should feel sad or lucky. With Fang Ping gone, those powerhouses who could destroy a city would not come to Sun City again, would they? However, Fang Ping was Sun City's glory. He was their bragging rights and their pride. Leaving just like that still made them feel a little complicated. Fang Ping brought his family and prepared to move to Magic City. Sun City's other pride, Wang Jinyang, whose brilliance had been overshadowed by Fang Ping, was also preparing to move. This time, the other party had attacked Fang Ping. Next time it might be him. There were too few powerhouses in a small Sun City. If he continued to let his family stay here, not only would his family's safety be at risk, but if another war broke out, Sun City might be destroyed. With these considerations in mind, the Wang family also began to move. On the 5th day of the first month, Fang Ping did not have much, but his parents packed a car full of things, hired a truck, and headed to Magic City together. On this day, people came to send them off. There were not many who saw Fang Ping off. There were also not many who saw his parents off. However, the dozens of chattering little girls made the atmosphere of parting dissipate a little. These little girls chattered nonstop and lingered around Fang Yuan reluctantly. They wished they could chat until the sky turned dark. In the end, Fang Yuan waved goodbye to these girls who might not be able to step into the martial arts world for the rest of their lives. Commander Bai Jinshan, along with a group of government personnel, also watched the Fang family leave quietly. On this day, Fang Ping was not the only one who left. Elsewhere, Wang Jinyang also left. Bai Jinshan was silent for a long time. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked toward the house of Commander. Sun City had produced 2 prodigies, but now they had to leave. It made people feel bad. On the 18th of February, Sun City's Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang left with their families. Chapter 4:25. February 19th. MCMAU Southern Area, Energy Room. Chun Yunqi asked worriedly, "Fang Ping, are you really okay?" Fang Ping was wrapped in a large cotton jacket. In a situation where most martial artists wore only unlined clothing, he seemed out of place. Fang Ping's family arrived in Magic City yesterday, and Chen Yunqi had already given up waiting in South Capital the day before yesterday, arriving even earlier than Fang Ping. If Fang Ping had not said that he was busy yesterday and could not disturb them, she would have gone to look for him. When Fang Ping finally arrived at school, seeing Fang Ping wearing a thick cotton jacket, Chen Yunqi was extremely worried. What could happen to me? Fang Ping smiled, wearing a cotton jacket to keep warm. I wanted to experience what it's like to be a normal person. Chen Yunqi bit her lip and said softly, "Grandpa said that you were injured. Have you recovered?" "Yes, it's just a small injury." Fang Ping was nonchalant. He chuckled and said, "A few rank 6 martial artists can hurt me? I've fought with a rank 9 before, and it's not a big deal." The few people who were ignored looked at each other. After a while, Zhao Lei said sullenly, "Then why did you come to the energy room?" Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "I'm here to wait for someone. Is there a problem? Even if I'm not waiting for someone, can't I cultivate? As for you guys, I'm here to take a look. Why are you all crowding around me?" Zhao Lei continued to say sullenly, "Dean Li said that you've become a skeleton. Today, you're here to recover from your injuries. We're here to take a look." "What?" Fang Ping was shocked. "Who said that?" On the other side, Yang Xiaoman said faintly, "Dean Li said that we shouldn't court death. If we meet someone of a higher rank than us, we should behave and escape first. He also gave us a negative example. saying that someone was beaten into a skeleton and told us to remember this lesson. Fang Ping's expression kept changing. Beside him, Chun Yunqi was not too sure. She glanced at Fang Ping's large cotton jacket and wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. Some things, since they had already happened, it was useless to ask again. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Old man Li, this big mouth. The old man did not cultivate mentality and still had the time to gossip. No wonder he could not become a true rank 8. As they were talking, Huang Jing walked over. Huang Jing glanced at the people surrounding Fang Ping and did not say much. The others greeted him one after another. Huang Jing nodded slightly. Then he looked at Fang Ping and said, "The vice-chancellor has gone to pick them up. You should get ready. Whether or not you can recover depends on this. If we fail this time, we'll be in trouble." If he failed to forge a semi-golden body, he would lose his flesh and blood. This meant that he would not be able to enter upper stage or peak rank 5. In this case, Fang Ping's cultivation from now on would be troublesome. How much longer could Fang Ping last, putting aside the question of how much further he could go? It was hard to say whether the golden bones could survive on their own. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "There's definitely no problem. It's 12 billion. Yes, 12 billion. This time, Wu Quishan had generously invited rank 8s from all over the world to come to the rescue. 1 billion per person. He only needed to pay a little bit of imperishable substance. There were 8 rank 8 martial artists invited this time. This was a sky-high price of 8 billion. In addition, 400 grams of energy essence. In fact, the officials also had a fixed price for energy essence, 10 million per gram. It was 10 times more expensive than cultivationating energy stones, and it was the kind that had a price but no supply. This time, the 2 major companies went back to report the news and finally agreed to MCMAU's conditions. However, Wu Quishan was only willing to use the 2 billion quota of pills and weapons in exchange for 400 grams of energy essence. It was hard to say who would lose and who would gain. In the end, the higher-ups still agreed to Wu Quishan's request. Fang Ping's flesh was broken and could not be healed. As the current number 1 rank 5, the number 1 martial arts university student, MCMAU would definitely not let it go if they did not save Fang Ping. The incident that had already been settled might start again. Therefore, 2 billion quota was exchanged for 400 grams of energy essence. As for the remuneration paid to the 8 rank 8 powerhouses, although it was 1 billion per person, Wu Quishan said that they would be paid in pills and weapons. The rank 8s were also very willing. They were even more satisfied than cash. Fang Ping's remaining 3 billion quota was paid out by Wu Quishan at 8 billion. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. The rank 8s, on the other hand, were quite happy. It was said that because of this matter, many rank 8 powerhouses who were initially not interested took the initiative to help. In the end, the number of people was enough, which made these powerhouses feel a little regretful. It was not so easy to obtain a large number of pills and weapons. Even if they had the money, they might not be able to purchase them on a large scale. Sino Nation was considered good. There were many catacombs, entrances, and a lot of production. Some countries might only have 1 catacombs entrance. The production was limited. Pills and weapons were extremely scarce. When they heard that there were people in Sino Nation who wanted to hire them, and they did not need to fight. They just needed to use some imperishable substances. Some rank 8s from small countries could not wait to fly over. However, Sino Nation had requirements for foreign powerhouses to enter the country. There was also a review. In addition, Fang Ping's matter was quite urgent. Some rank 8 powerhouses still had missions to complete. Wu Quishan could not wait. In the end, he invited 5 rank 8 powerhouses from his country, plus 3 rank 8s from neighboring countries. When the number was enough, the mission was cancelled. When they heard 12 billion, the few people nearby were stunned. Zhao Lei was a little confused. What 12 billion? Fang Ping glanced at him. Suddenly, he did not feel the pinch anymore. He said in a relaxed manner, "It's nothing. Didn't I suffer some injuries? I was afraid that there would be sequelae. I invited 8 rank, 8 powerhouses to use imperishable substances to heal me. I paid 12 billion as remuneration." Zhao Lei was stunned. Yang Xiaoman's mouth was wide open. Fu Changding, who had just walked in, was also stunned. Song Yingji, who was pretending not to see Fang Ping, could not help but swallow his saliva. "Are you kidding us? In order to heal you, you hired 8 golden body powerhouses to use imperishable substances to heal you? 12 billion. What kind of concept was this?" Song Yingji calculated for a while. He planned to return with a full load every time he entered the catacombs. Each time he entered, he would earn 100 million. In a year, he would enter once every 2 months. After all, every time he entered, he would need time to come back and recuperate. 6 times a year, that would be 600 million. For a rank 6 martial artist, this should be an incomparably huge gain. In this way, it would be 20 years without eating, drinking, or cultivating. Every year, he would be in a life and death situation. Only then could he accumulate 12 billion wealth. In reality, this was the most ideal situation. Entering the catacombs 120 times, other things aside, he would still have to buy pills to heal when he was injured. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Fang Ping, this kid, could casually spend more than 10 billion to hire a rank 8 to heal him. Comparing oneself to others would really infuriate one to death. Song Yingji was still a rank 6 powerhouse. The others had low abilities. Their gains were even smaller. According to their abilities, they would not be able to earn so much in their entire lives. The few of them were stunned. Chen Yunqi, on the other hand, said worriedly, "Your injuries are so serious. Didn't Grandpa say that it would be fine?" Grandpa lied to her again. Fang Ping was such a stingy person. Why would he spend so much money to hire someone to heal him for no reason? If it was a minor injury, MCMAU did not need to seek help from outsiders at all. MCMAU also had rank 8 martial artists. They also had their own pill production line. There were also many healing pills. Fang Ping coughed softly and laughed. "It's not about the injury. I'm preparing to forge a semi-golden body and achieve peak rank 5 in advance. After this time, I'll be a peak rank 5 martial artist. It's worth it to spend a little money to speed up my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll need some time to achieve peak rank 5. After today, I'll achieve rank 6 soon. The following rank 7, 8, and 9 won't be difficult either. Tell me, is it worth it to spend some money to help me become a Grandmaster powerhouse sooner?" "Really?" Chen Yunqi was delighted at first. Then she looked conflicted. Peak rank 5? She was only peak rank 3. Rank 4 was still some time away. Even if she was rank 4 now, it was too slow. Not to mention Chen Yunqi, Song Yingji, who was beside her, was now staring at the ceiling. Peak rank 5. F***CK. There was no way he could go on like this. He had cultivated hard for decades and achieved rank 6 at 50 years old. Even if he had only achieved rank 6 not long ago, he, Song Yingji, was already considered a genius of his generation. Nowadays, there were only a few Grandmaster powerhouses of the older generation who became Grandmasters at 50 years old in recent years. In the past, becoming a Grandmaster at 70 or 80 years old was considered lucky. MCMAU's old Vice-Chancellor, an 80-year-old rank 8, was called a little fellow by many older generations. How old was Fang Ping? 20 years old. 20 years old. Peak rank 5. Perhaps he could achieve rank 6 at 20 years old. How long would it take for him to become a Grandmaster? Even if he delayed his time in rank 6, The probability of Fang Ping becoming a grandmaster before 25 years old was extremely high. In another 5 years, could he, Song Yingji, achieve upper stage rank 6? Thinking about it made his stomach full of bitterness. Peak rank 5. Everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Could he not be so fast? It was really hard to be Fang Ping's classmate. These geniuses, prodigies, did not treat themselves as prodigies at this moment. Compared to Fang Ping, they were trash. Seeing that these people were devastated, Fang Ping smiled and said nothing. Huang Jing comforted him. The most important thing in martial arts cultivation is endurance. Practicing martial arts is not something that can be done in a day, Song Yingji said bitterly. Vice-Chancellor, wait until his rank surpasses yours, then you can comfort us. Huang Jing's expression stiffened. He glanced at him and said after a while, there hasn't been anyone in charge of the health department for a long time. Little Song, you should report there in a few days and change the environment. Song Yingji's expression changed again and again. He did not make a sound, nor did he reply. Old Huang would soon forget about this matter. Even if he did not forget, he would not go, even if he was beaten to death. Huang Jing glanced at him and snorted in his heart. You think I can't punish you? Fang Ping looked at Song Yingji sympathetically. I'm not the one who asked you to go to the health department this time. The grandmasters in the school are all sinister. Just wait to be taught a lesson. As they chatted after a while, Huang Jing's expression turned serious, and he said in a low voice, They're here. As he said that, Huang Jing walked out. Fang Ping and the others hurriedly followed. It was Fang Ping's first time seeing so many rank 8 powerhouses. He had to broaden his horizons. Outside the energy room, Wu Quishin and a few powerhouses were chatting happily. One of them, an old man with slightly dark skin, walked to the front of the energy room and suddenly said in slightly different Mandarin, Sino Nation's martial arts world is really not something we can compare to. This energy cultivation room is even bigger than the royal families. The old man's face was full of envy. This was only a martial arts university in Sino Nation. However, this huge energy cultivation room was even bigger than the royal family's cultivation room. Not every country could have a cultivation room that could accommodate hundreds of people. Some small countries could not afford to build one. Even if they could, they might not have enough source stones. It would be a waste to build one. After the dark-skinned old man finished speaking, another middle-aged man who wasn't tall sighed softly and said, Your Siam royal family even built an energy cultivation room. My Khmer royal family only has one cultivation room for the princes and princesses to cultivate. These words sounded extremely bleak. However, this was also the truth. These 2 rank 8 golden body powerhouses were the top group of powerhouses in their countries. In Siam, there was only 1 rank 9, 3 rank 8s, and more than 10 rank 7s. However, they had to guard very few catacombs. There was only 1 entrance. Khmer was even worse. They did not even have a rank 9. Of course, their country was also small. They had more than 10 million people. There was no catacombs entrance within their borders. Instead, they guarded 1 catacombs entrance together with the 2 neighboring countries. 3 countries guarding together. The pressure was less, but it also meant that the output was less. The output of 1 catacombs entrance could not even be satisfied with pills, let alone higher-end energy stones. MCMAU was Sino Nation's highest level of martial sciences science. It gathered a large number of Sino Nation's prodigies. Naturally, these cultivation facilities could not be compared to theirs, not to mention these powerhouses from small countries. Even the few Sino Nations' local powerhouses who followed along were somewhat envious. One of the middle-aged female powerhouses chuckled softly. Vice-Chancellor Wu, I heard that MCMAU even built a celestiality cultivation room? Wu Quishin chuckled. We do, but it can't satisfy all rank 6 martial artist cultivation needs. It's better than nothing. When these words reached everyone's ears, they felt even more upset. It was good enough that they had it, but they still had to satisfy everyone's cultivation needs. What was this called? The well-fed did not know the hunger of the starving. As they were talking, Huang Jing and the others walked out. Huang Jing probably knew these powerhouses. He smiled and greeted them. Fang Ping and the others, on the other hand, bowed hurriedly to show their respect, including Wu Quishan. At this moment, there were 9 rank 8s and 1 rank 7 gathered here. Not far away, Old Man Li also walked over leisurely, including him a fake rank 8 that was 10 rank 8s. With this strength, it was enough to kill a typical rank 9. The few rank 8 powerhouses first exchanged a few pleasantries with Huang Jing. Then, one after another, they set their sights on Fang Ping, Sino Nation's current #1 prodigy, the #1 rank 5 powerhouse. The few rank 8 powerhouses, especially, felt the same aura from Fang Ping. Their pupils contracted slightly. The aura of a golden body powerhouse. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Then, they looked at Wu Quishan with an inquiring look. Wu Quishan did not hide anything now. He smiled and said, Fang Ping has forged golden bones in advance. However, his physique is not enough, causing his flesh to collapse. I have no choice but to ask for your help. Using imperishable substances and energy essence, let him forge a body that can withstand golden bones. Previously, the few rank 8s thought that it was for healing. Only now did they know that it was not healing, but to forge Fang Ping's golden body. Their expressions were fluctuating. Most people still did not know that Fang Ping had forged golden bones in advance. The tanned old man from Siam could not help but ask, Vice-Chancellor Wu, how can a rank 5 forge golden bones? Wu Quishan smiled. I don't know about this. Everyone, don't worry. As long as we supply according to the agreed amount, it will be fine. I won't let your vitality be hurt. The few of them frowned slightly. They did not ask any more. However, the way they looked at Fang Ping was a little different. A rank 5 martial artist who had forged golden bones. Such a person could not be treated as a normal rank 5. Moreover, the other party was a group of the most talented people in Sino Nation. That was even more important. Everyone calculated in their hearts for a while. They all nodded. Wu Quishan clearly did not have the intention to explain in detail. Then they did not ask any more. Later, when Fang Ping was forging his flesh, they would also be able to see some things. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care about everyone's gaze. He only felt that these people were really poor. He had heard the few rank 8s conversation earlier. With the country's resources, they could only build 1 cultivation room for a few princes and princesses to cultivate. How miserable! If he had known this earlier, could he have hired them for 500 million? Also, these fellows were so poor. If he wanted to kill rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists in the future, could he also spend money to hire them? However, after thinking about it, Fang Ping felt that it was better to forget about it. These fellows were so poor. If they saw the benefits, would they not be jealous? They might even kill him while they were at it. Moreover, this time, they were only supplying imperishable substances. Although it would hurt the body, it was not dangerous. Hiring servants to fight in the war could endanger their lives. Amidst the chatter, everyone entered the energy room. Fang Ping did not delay either. Very quickly, he took off his jacket. When he took off his jacket, everyone's expression changed. His injuries are so serious. Song Yingji's expression was solemn. He knew that Fang Ping was injured earlier, but he did not expect his injuries to be this serious. Other than his head, there were not many intact pieces of flesh on Fang Ping's body. At this moment, his internal organs were clearly visible. Song Yingji's expression was solemn. The eyes of the few girls present were red. Chun Yunqi bit her lip hard, not saying a word. Fang Ping's injuries were much more serious than expected. If it was someone else, they might have died long ago. Old Man Li, who followed behind, was not surprised at all. He said casually, "Fang Ping, take off your underwear. You're almost a skeleton. Wearing this thing is a hindrance." Fang Ping's expression darkened. He ignored him and walked straight into the cultivation room. The few rank, 8 powerhouses looked solemn. Someone said softly, "There's almost no flesh left. Regenerating flesh is harder than forging on the original foundation." Wu Quishan nodded. "That's true. But don't worry, everyone. We've also prepared a lot of energy essence. It's enough for him to complete the repair of his flesh. What you need to do is to help him complete the rebirth of his flesh for a period of time. During this period, he will complete the forging of his flesh. Energy essence. Is it pure energy essence, or the kind that has been modified by rank 9 monster plants? Modified life essence." Wu Quishan said, then added, "As for energy stones, we've also prepared a lot. There's no shortage of energy." Big move. The few of them were amazed. What a big move. At this moment, everyone could see that in the cultivation room, a large amount of energy was being released. It was not life essence, but the burning of energy stones. Wu Quishan did not mention the money. It was sponsored by the university. MCMEU's huge gains this time had a lot to do with Fang Ping. Without Fang Ping being attacked, without Zhao Yu, the 2 major companies would not have compromised so easily. Fang Ping was seriously injured, but MCMEU would not be stingy. Large amounts of high-ranked energy stones were being burned and released energy as if they were free. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care much about this. He had previously lent the university tens of billions of energy stones. He did not even plan to take this back. Now that the university had a huge gain, it was nothing to spend a little. At this moment, Fang Ping was adjusting his condition. Wealth, 18 billion converted vitality, 5,500 calories, 5,500 calories, mentality, 879 hertz, 879 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, for cubic meters plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. Although he had spent money this time and lost everything, his wealth had indeed increased, an increase of more than 10 billion. Compared to a few days ago, although it did not seem like it had increased by 10 billion, Fang Ping had also spent a lot of wealth these few days, at least around 1 billion. A share of 5 billion was definitely not just 5 billion, it had more than doubled. I've spent more than 10 billion. I must complete the forging. Fang Ping took a deep breath. This time he must not fail. Otherwise, aside from spending money, he would not be able to recast his flesh. That would be a big problem. 18 billion wealth might not be able to keep his condition from worsening. When his wealth was depleted, other parts of his body would collapse. Could he really survive with the golden bones? I'm ready. Thank you, Grandmasters. Fang Ping bowed slightly toward the outside. Whether he could succeed or not depended on what happened next. Outside the room, a few rank 8 powerhouses also nodded slightly. Then, 4 of them pressed their hands on the funnels, a golden glow appearing in their hands. Wu Quishan growled, "Prepare for flesh rebirth." "Got it," Fang Ping responded. Without delay, he quickly began to absorb the golden glow that flowed into the cultivation room. The next moment, his originally bare arms, chest began to emit a sizzling sound. Inside Fang Ping's body, a large amount of vitality force emerged continuously. The surrounding energy was also quickly absorbed into his body and began to help the imperishable substance recover his flesh and blood. Outside the room, Chun Yunqi and the others looked nervous. Old man Li's expression was solemn too. In his seriousness, there was some regret. If he had not used up all the life essence in the catacombs that day, Fang Ping would not have to do this at all. A large amount of life essence produced a qualitative change. Its effect was stronger than that of the imperishable substance. In Fang Ping's condition, forging half a golden body, A few dozen caddies would be considered a compliment. He could definitely recover his flesh and blood. Now, however, it was useless to regret. Moreover, the situation that day was tense. There was no way to keep those life essences. I hope he can recover. Old man Lee sighed softly in his heart. If he did not succeed, then he could only think of a way to seize more life essence from the catacombs. Although the government had it, with such a large consumption, forget Fang Ping, who was a rank 5 prodigy. Even if he was a rank 8, the government might not be able to pay such a huge price to save him. Just as everyone was worrying, Fang Ping's body inside the room was rapidly covered with a layer of blood-red flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sizzling sound did not stop. Other than the golden glow, there was also an extremely dense vitality force rolling on the surface of his body. This scene also attracted the attention of a few rank 8 powerhouses.